Ladies and gentlemen of the media, thank you very much for your attendance today. And I think that it's important, before we get into the business of today, to acknowledge the severe flooding that has affected the coast of KwaZulu-Natal, and also to take this opportunity to express my sincere condolences to the families of more than 435 people who lost their lives, and also wish a speedy recovery to those who have been injured and are still in hospital as a result of the disaster. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these floods proved to be that extreme weather event which allowed the St. Lucia estuary to open naturally on the 14th of April. This event is critically important, not only for the functioning of this natural asset, but also for the many other ecosystem services it provides to the diverse stakeholders that depend upon it. Now, the Isimangalusa Wetland Park World Heritage Site The Isimangalusa Wetland Park World Heritage Site is the first South African site to be inscribed on the World Heritage List by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, otherwise known as UNESCO, in 1999 in recognition of its superlative natural beauty and unique global values, including its status as the largest estuary system in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, today I release the review of the scientific basis for the breaching of the mouth of the Lake St. Lucia estuary by the Isimangalusa Wetland Park Authority in January 2021. As you all know, the mouth of the estuary was artificially breached by the Park Authority following a multi-stakeholder symposium which took place in October in 2020 to discuss the breaching of the lake, which had been closed to the marine environment since 2014. At that time, the Wetland Park Authority explained that the purpose of the breach was to restore the nursery function of the system and to flush out the accumulated silt load originating from the Umfolozi catchments on the advice of a scientific and technical task team. But the breach met with opposition and saw an open letter addressed to myself by a group of scientists requesting an independent investigation into the breach and its effects, as this action directly contravened the recommendations of what is known as the GEF report. I then requested the department to appoint an independent panel to conduct this investigation, and I received the report of that panel on the 28th of March 2022, and I'm releasing it to you in full today. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panel for completing the review under the very trying circumstances created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite these obstacles, the panel conducted a review of legislation, of management plans, advisory reports, and all relevant literature. The panel also conducted site visits and held meetings with scientific experts, management authorities, amakosi, farmers, fishers, tour operators, ratepayers, municipal staff, and other relevant government departments. At the time I appointed the panel, I asked it to advise me on the significance and impact of the artificial opening of the estuary mouth and how this related to the implementation of the GEF 5 project and the St. Lucia Estuarine Management Plan. Secondly, I asked them to advise on what were the exceptional circumstances, as defined in the Estuary Management Plan, that led to the decision to breach the mouth, including those of an environmental, social, and economic nature. Thirdly, to advise on the impact of the mouth opening on the functioning of the estuary system and the wetland system as a whole, as well as the associated environmental, social, and economic implications. And then I think most importantly, to develop guidelines for the immediate and ongoing management of the system. I'm now going to deal at a very high level with the findings of the review according to these terms of reference that I have mentioned. So firstly, ladies and gentlemen, the review found that while the breach was contrary to the GEF recommendations that no artificial breaching should occur, the estuarine management plan did permit limited breaching for ecological purposes. Accordingly, the Isimangalusa Wetland Park Authority performed the breaching within the mandate as approved by their maintenance management plan, authorized by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and in line with the prescription of related legislation. Secondly, the panel found that there were many ecological reasons that would justify the breach, including the prolonged closure of the system from the sea, the concern over accumulated sediment in the system, the presence of alien invasive species, a decrease in biodiversity within the system, and a decrease in the nursery function of the estuary. Importantly, the review is critical of the estuarine management plan because it makes no mention of socio-economic factors in its definition of exceptional circumstances, despite several social and economic concerns associated with the prolonged closure of the mouth state. I will say more on the absence of these important considerations later in my address. The review adds that non-consideration of these factors contributes to community conservation conflict in relation to the management of the mouth, as most stakeholder groups seem to require the St. Lucia system to function in one specific state. However, it is important to note, and the review does note this, that the St. Lucia estuary system is a dynamic system, and it cannot and should be confined to one ideal state. Thirdly, on the impact of the mouth opening on the functioning of the estuary and the wetland system, and whether the objectives of the breach were met, the review found that the opening seemed to have a positive effect on the restoration of the nursery function of the system, and that a number of marine fish for tourism and recreational fishing had been reintroduced. Other positive results included the return of megafauna to the mouth area and the shift from fresh to brackish water in the lake. However, the report noted that there was no observed or measured change in the removal of sediment, of common reeds and alien invasive species, and no change in the loss of mangroves or in relief to small and large-scale farmers as a result of the bank flooding. Let me now come in broad brushstrokes to the recommendations of the panel. So the first recommendation is that in accordance with the estuarine management plan and the maintenance management plan, maintenance breaching could continue under exceptional circumstances. However, the exceptional circumstances, both ecological or social, for future maintenance breaching must be clearly defined before any further action can be taken. While it is clearly understood that the GEF report advises against breaching, it is practical, the review panel found, and necessary to consider the effect of allowing the mouth to remain closed an in-house monitoring plan, and build capacity to collect monitoring data. This includes both biodiversity monitoring and socioeconomic data on effects of the system function. The panel notes that further breaching should not take place without adequate ecological monitoring before and after the event to ensure that the most efficient breach in terms of the intended objectives as well as potential socioeconomic reasons is effected. Continued intensive monitoring would also allow for more adaptive management strategies, which are more suitable for the dynamic St. Lucia system. To assist with the relief to farmers in the Umfolozi Msunduzi floodplain as a result of backflooding, the report recommends the clearing of the Msunduzi and beach channel of vegetation and sediment to allow water to flow freely from the floodplain to the mouth. And this, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is not something which is directly under the control of Isimangalusa Wetland Park Authority. It is something which would need to be implemented by the Department of Water and Sanitation that controls these channels. It is also recommended that the Isimangalusa Authority maintain the dunes to ensure that there is a limitation on the encroachment of vegetation, particularly alien vegetation. Finally, the panel recommends urgent improvement in communication between the management of Isimangalusa and stakeholders, including communities, with the aim of allowing stakeholders to better understand management decisions. This includes the translation of technical documents into an easily understandable format. Now, the panel states that moving forward, it is clear that the St. Lucia Lake is protected and managed by Isimangalusa Wetland Park Authority, can no longer be managed as an isolated system. Activities in the floodplain and in the catchment areas, which are outside of the park, contribute to the overall health of the system. As such, the panel recommends the development of a comprehensive reserve determination of ecological water requirements to be developed. So in other words, we have to work with the Department of Water and Sanitation and with the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform to make sure that we have an overall catchment management plan which speaks to the way in which we would want to manage the estuary itself. Given the multifunctionality of the system, there is a need to review the existing management plan in order to increasingly recognize the estuary-dependent economic activities and the interrelationship between the wetland, forest, wildlife, marine ecosystem, tourism, and livelihoods dependent on fishing and other forms of bioprospecting. This will require further interdisciplinary contributions from varied fields and must include consideration of how emerging small and micro enterprises can be supported and developed alongside the environmental reality of the system. It's important at this point, ladies and gentlemen, to pause and to consider the absence of the socio-economic factors in the estuarine management plan in a wider policy context. South Africa, as you know, is a signatory to the Convention on Biodiversity. The post-2020 biodiversity framework, which will be considered in Kunming, China, in September this year, has three interrelated aspects. The first is conservation for present and future generations. The second is sustainable use. And And the third is equitable community beneficiation. Now, our Cabinet has endorsed these three principles because they are in line with our own domestic policies and legislation. This means that going forward, it will be necessary to ensure that all three aspects are included in the policy documents that guide the Estuarine Management Plan and the Maintenance Management Plan. As you can see, the panel's report includes both immediate and future work. Accordingly, we have spent the past month since we received this report studying all its implications, and I can confirm to you today that the department, as well as the Isimangalusa Wetland Park Authority, are committed to ensuring that the recommendations by the panel will be implemented. This will be done in collaboration with Isimangalusa, KZN Wildlife, and sister government departments, including the Departments of Agriculture, Land and Rural Development, Water and Sanitation, as well as the district and local municipalities. To make sure that this happens, I have also requested that some members of the panel will remain on for a period of 6 months to monitor and advise on implementation processes. In conclusion, let me say once more that the department and I are committed to offering solutions that will safeguard the heritage in Isimangalusa while also supporting the livelihoods of communities in and around the park. This report has to be the beginning of a new chapter of collaboration and working together in the sustainable management of the St. Lucia estuary. I thank you.
Thanks, Minister. Members of the media, as we said at the very beginning, will now take a presentation which is a review of the scientific basis for the breaching of the mouth. And Madam Maureen Mongo, as a panel member, will take us through the scientific report.
Thank you so much, Epi. Let me greet the Minister, the Honorable Minister, Umam Baranchusi, the CEO and the Board of Isimangalusa Wetland Park, and the Department DFFE personnel, the members of the panel who are in today. It's myself, Masibonge, and Dr. Ndabeni. And also greet everyone who is in this meeting and are observing all protocol. First, let me just indicate who the members of the panel were. There was 5 of us. Dr. Nazrin Pierre, who was the chairperson, and this lady is an ecologist. Mr. Bonani Madibizela, he is not in, I think he's online. And he is the Wetlands Management Specialist. Dr. Lindy Ndabeni, who is a social economic specialist. Myself, Sibusisiwe Maureen Mongo, I'm a social scientist, and Professor Derek Stretch, who's a hydrologist. Now, we came to Isimangalusa 6 months ago, and let me say this, Isimangalusa got the name because indeed it is a wonder. We did the length and breadth of Isimangalusa. We could have gotten very excited, but fortunately the minister had given us the road map. She had given us the GPS. No matter how excited we could have been, the GPS told us where to off-ramp, it told us where to reroute, and she has alluded to that, which are the 4 terms of reference that she spoke to. When you look at the 4 of them, The three of them are about a request that you please advise me. And the fourth one is the development of the guidelines for the immediate and ongoing management of the system. Now, I am not going to get into the information that she has given to the media, but I will just touch on some of the things that are sitting in this report. It's a very long report, but the presentation that I'm doing is just 15 minutes, and it has got 15 slides, so you can imagine 1 minute per slide. We did look at the significance in terms of the management plan and whether the breaching was in line with the management plans, and does it appear to have been approved by the relevant authorities. And there we saw that the EMP states that management should continue to limit artificial breaching, and then only for ecological reasons. I will talk to this when I go down. The breach directly contravened the GF recommendations as alluded in the Minister's opening remarks. Because the recommendations by the Global Environmental Fund said facilitate a joint mouth, no artificial breaching. Instead, other alterations could be performed. For example, the deepening and clearing of the channels, removal of alien vegetation, reduced water obstruction, partial floodplain restoration, and extensive monitoring. And this report was not considered in the latest management plans because they then fall outside of the time we were here, which was a 6 months period. When we came to the definition of exceptional circumstances, which the GEF speaks about, we did see that there's a need, the minister has alluded to that the exceptional circumstances must be defined very well and clearly in the management plan. Now, we looked at the ecological circumstances, the build-up, the sedimentation accumulation, the prolonged freshwater state, the alien invasive species, encroaching vegetation in the Narrows and in the Usunduzi rivers, the low biodiversity, and a decrease in the nursery function of the estuary. Again, when you look at the terms of reference number 2, I'm proceeding with those. The social and economic circumstances, indeed, it is quite visible that there's quite a bit of back flooding and a damage to the infrastructure, and the decline in tourism and recreational angling, and the reduction in fishing success and increase in community conservation conflict. The minister has alluded to all these things. When I go to the terms of reference number 3, we looked at the breach impact on hydrology and ecology, and we looked at the different levels of the breaching and assessed what effects would take place if breaching occurs at different heights, and we considered the 2 breach levels, 1.25 and 2.5. We looked at the breach in terms of what impact it had on the social situation, the lack of benefits to farmers, apparent benefit to ratepayers, tour operators, and recreational fishers, and the lack of communication and understanding regarding the technicality of the science, language, and other important events, which then meant communities are not able to fully partake in these very important discussions, and the superficial inclusion of communities and lack of equitable gains, and the non-recognition of community concerns and the lack of independent liaison. We proceeded to look at the breach on economics. COVID-19 dealt a blow in the entire country, as it is well known. farmer losses were estimated to remain the same and possibly projected into 2022 because of the 21-22 flooding. And we then did the key recommendations around maintenance, number one. We did the key recommendations around monitoring, maintenance. We said, in accordance with the MMP, maintenance bridging could continue. And clearing the Masibonge and bridge channel of vegetation and sediments and maintaining the dune. And in terms of TOR4, again, the recommendations around monitoring your biophysical and your socio-economic. And it was quite eminent, the fact that science has to match, all the sciences have to match with the social sciences as they inform policy formulation and decision making. And then we did key recommendations around communication, your independent liaison, and the authority being responsible for communicating the development and use of monitoring tools. And it also became quite clear that the language that is being used is that is science, and at times when you engage with the communities, because we did a lot of engagement of all the stakeholders, as the minister has alluded to, and an opportunity was open for people who are even outside of the country to put in as stakeholders and as interested individuals to put in their view. And we did get, this they did electronically, and we did get the contributions. And the future work, we indicated the future work in terms of management and hydrology of the catchment, in terms of the investigation of water use and water licenses, land use and ownership, clear guidelines and definitions for artificial breaching, and the inclusion of local knowledge, indigenous knowledge and perspectives, and a full assessment of artificial levels and canals. And then we have also said in the future, it will be of great importance for the Isimangalusa to have a dedicated interdisciplinary study and an SMME master plan to explore alternative livelihoods. And then we did submit our concluding remarks to the minister, and we said indeed the bridge was in line with the management plans. But the suggestion was that these plans account for the EWE advisory reports, such as the GEF report, and the social needs of the society. And it can't be managed as an isolated system anymore. For it to be integrated, as much integrated as possible. And indeed, it is dynamic and can function in a wide range of ecological states. Structured and transparent communication is key for the management of this system in the future. I have just captured those important things to affirm what the minister has alluded to, that indeed the 5 of us gave this information to the minister after doing the length and the breadth of the Wanda, Isimangalusa Wetland Park. And now, let me humbly take the opportunity to present the report to the minister and also indicate the excitement that we really had as a panel when we were involved in doing this work. Thank you.
Let me hand it over to the chair of the board for implementation.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to the Honorable Minister who is with us here today. The Chairperson of the Board, Professor Nzama, the Deputy Chairperson of the Board, Nkosi Tembe, the board members present here with us. Honorable Minister, the CEO of Isimangalusa KZN Wildlife is on his way, so he will be joining us. But I see colleagues from Isimangalusa KZN Wildlife are with us here. Colleagues from the department and colleagues from Isimangalusa and the media. A very good morning to all of you. It is exciting today that we are meeting here, obviously being coordinated by the Honorable Minister to deal with this very important issue of the Lake St. Lucia estuary. We will all appreciate the keen interest that has been demonstrated by a number of stakeholders in this system. It does definitely demonstrate that St. Lucia estuary, or the Lake St. Lucia estuary, is our estuary. It's not an estuary for Isimangalusa alone, because we all have an interest and we all have a say into what happens in that estuary. But in the main, the entity itself, Isimangalusa, because it is indeed a public entity. As the Honourable Minister has alluded, it is of no use to have a plan, to have a report, which is actually an outcome of the process of the investigation into the issues that she spoke to, and only to find out that we do not have a plan to operationalize the recommendations coming out of that report. So I must say that indeed, as Isimangalusa, we have already started working on the implementation plan so that we can begin to operationalize what is recommended by the panel. So we have accordingly drafted or developed a draft implementation plan. And I must say it is a time-bound action plan because it also has specifics in terms of what is going to be implemented at what time. But of course, you will appreciate that coming into where we are, we have been working with a number of stakeholders. We've worked with the Sokolo small-scale farmers. We've worked with Mfolozi Co-op, or what is known as UCOSP, the commercial farmers. We've worked with the fishing cooperatives from Nimela, Kundosi, Dugudugu. And we've worked with small-scale farmers from Dugudugu as well. We've worked with the St. Lucia Ratepayers Association, Masibonge Mtuba Tourism Association, as well as ETIA. So it is befitting that we call this a draft implementation plan because we are still going to engage with those partners because we've been working with them until today. But we could not come here and not present a plan, especially after we have gone through the recommendations. What also becomes imperative is to acknowledge the fact that the system is an old system. But what is key in that acknowledgement is to note that the system has been grossly interfered with for a very long time. And this has significantly compromised its ability to breach normally, or rather naturally. as it is the case with other estuaries. I'm using the word normally and naturally because for the Lake St. Lucia, given the interference that has occurred, you need heavy rains. But if you go to your Kosi Bay estuary, you don't need that. It is able to operate normally. So the interference has grossly affected the natural functionality of the system. Because of that, as the report has indicated, we've seen issues or challenges of your bank flooding, the sedimentation, the salinity, the inability of the estuary to function as a necessary for the fish species in particular to allow fish to go and spawn. Those are the issues that it has come up with. Because of the complexity of the issues and the challenges that has brought us to where we are, it is clear that this challenge that we have, the bank flooding and all these other issues that we're talking about, cannot be attributed to Isimangalusa or be apportioned to Isimangalusa alone. It would need a multi-stakeholder, it would need an intergovernmental approach. And if we had the minister talking, and you will see when I also present or talk to the issue of the implementation plan, that we'll need other government departments, like the Department of Water and Sanitation, and many other departments. So it is quite a complex system that we're dealing with, and it requires multi-stakeholder and as well as intergovernmental approach to deal with it. As I present, I'm not going to go back into what Mrs. Lobo has presented, but I will just indicate that in October 2020 we had a multi-stakeholder symposium, as I indicated, which was held to determine how best we can deal with the challenge that we had, which was posed by the interference with the system that I have talked about. Now, in line with that, as I indicated, we've worked with different stakeholders to make sure that everyone is afforded an opportunity to comment, make an input into what we're dealing with. As I said earlier on, this is not a problem for Isimangalusa or a challenge for Isimangalusa. It is something that needs to be dealt with a number of stakeholders. Let me first say, on behalf of the entity, that we appreciate the work that has been done, firstly by the minister when there was a concern, that she did not say, no, my entity has done it in accordance with the management plan and therefore you must not comment. She allowed that democratic process to say, I hear you and I hear your concerns. I will therefore appoint an independent panel, not Isimangalusa, so that they will then investigate whether Isimangalusa has done what it did in accordance with what it was supposed to, in this case being the management plan or the estuary maintenance and management plan. We also welcome the report and we note the recommendations, and as I indicated, we have subsequently to demonstrate our commitment and acknowledgement of the recommendations on the development of the implementation plan. The issue of the monitoring has been spoken to, and it's quite key. And it's an issue that we are going to deal with quite a lot. The presenter, when she was talking about the issue of the monitoring, she's talked about a number of issues. And one of the issues that we want to talk about over and above that is the issue of the water quality, the water volume, the issue of the sediment dynamics, as well as the hydrology of the entire system, because those are key in the monitoring. So the first point, if you look at our implementation, is the issue of the monitoring plan, to develop that monitoring plan so that we can monitor how the system is operating. Because clearly, as you have heard from the presenter presenting the recommendations of the panel, what seems to be clear is an adaptive management system that needs to be implemented. Which basically means that in order for us to implement or execute that adaptive management, we will have to be informed by scientific data, and obviously that will come from the monitoring process, which will then tell us what to do, when and how. One of the key issues that is also coming out quite strongly in terms of the implementation plan is the issue of the dune maintenance. Some of you may have seen the system, the dunes, and some of you may have seen or noticed that the dunes are quite infested with vegetation and some with casserine, alien invasives in the main. And what those invasives do, they stabilize the dune. So if you've got a higher dune, it then makes it very difficult for the rivers like Ecology and Masibonge to bridge naturally. And I think the chairperson or the presenter of the panel did indicate that in terms of the sizes. So the dune maintenance becomes one of the issues that we want to look into. And in terms of the timeline, that is going to be done in April. The communication is an issue that also needs to be looked into, because if we don't communicate, trust me, other people do communicate, but you wonder what they are communicating. So we want to make sure that there is proper communication of the scientific data. We want to make sure that there is proper communication of this plan in particular. There is proper communication of the management interventions or actions. All the issues that people may raise, we will have to make sure that there is proper communication. But to make sure that this is done in a manner that is not subjective, it is as objective as possible, we would have to establish an independent liaison. And this is what we are going to do with the partnership that we've already created with universities, NGOs, etc. So those are the things that we are going to look into in terms of the communication. The use of indigenous knowledge when communicating is an issue that we will also look into. We are not going to disregard indigenous knowledge in as much as we will rely on the scientific data and information, but we are going to look into that. We are going to convert, as the presenter was indicating, the technical document for indigenous population consumption so that people can relate to what we are saying. And then we will develop that intensive communication plan. And those, again, are going to be dealt with in April 2022, and the intensive communication plan is going to be dealt with again in April 2023. Maintenance of the Ecology and Masibonge rivers is a recommendation that was put forward by the panel, and will coordinate stakeholder engagement platform to make sure that we deal with that. And there is a time frame that is associated with that. Clearance of Masibonge and Ecology River and beach channel, the vegetation as I talked to, the issue of the sediment as well. So what we're going to do there as part of our implementation plan to respond to that recommendation is a detailed modeling to consider the implications of learning and that of blocking the link canal. So those are the issues that we will look into. There is also a recommendation of the appointment of planning managers. We will then look into the issue of advertising those positions, obviously after securing the necessary budget, as well as the issue of the research technician. But one must mention as well that some of the activities, as we say, Isimangalusa believes in partnership, collaborating with different stakeholders. We will have to outsource some of the responsibilities, but some we will deal with them, obviously, in collaboration with our partners in the conservation fraternity. Development of a detailed ecological water reserve, the EWR, for Umfolozi catchment, because I did say that there are activities that are happening upstream, and in the main, the challenges that we experience downstream are as a result of the activities that are taking place in the floodplain. We have indicated a number of times that activities like your agricultural activities and other activities that are happening or that are taking place upstream, they are taking place in the floodplain. And for most of you, you will probably know that the floodplain serves as a sponge to help the system to sift all the dirt that may be coming from the rivers, so that water, when it comes to the estuary, it is just water. But this time around, because of that interference, it's all the sediment, the dirt, it comes through the water because the floodplain is no longer operating as the floodplain. It then comes straight into the system, and it then creates these clogs that we are talking about. So these are issues that we are going to look into. There's a need to consider the activities in the upper, lower catchment, and the Umfolozi, as I said, will coordinate a forum with the National Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as the affected farmers, small scale and the commercial farmers, to look into how best we can respond to those issues. As I said, some of the functions, and I think the Honourable Minister did allude to that quite eloquently, that they're not going to be dealt with by Isimangalusa alone, but we will seek the support and assistance of other government departments as well as stakeholders. In this case, it will be the UCOSP and other stakeholders. Investigation of artificial levees and canals. We will ascertain the effectiveness of the levees as well as the canal in the sugar farms upstream, and that is where I talk about the issue of the activities that are taking place upstream. We'll also investigate the recommendation of investigating the land use and authorization, as well as develop guidelines for breaching. And we'll propagate the breaching guidelines, and of course we will be assisted by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment in making sure that that is done accordingly, and there is appropriate scientific backup, so that when we take a decision, it is a scientifically informed decision, because the system in the main operates with science. Of course, that science, as you have correctly indicated, Mamatobo, must take into account the social science aspect as well. Review the MMP, review and get approval of the MMP, because clearly from the recommendations of the panel, it is clear that the GEF5 made certain recommendations, but some of those recommendations cannot be found or are not in the estuary management plan, and therefore we need to look into that. But also the aspect of taking into cognizance other factors like your social issues or the social science needs to be factored quite strongly. Consider the livelihood alternatives based on state of the mouth. As an example, alternatives based on open mouth state and alternatives based on closed mouth state. So the two scenarios. So we'll develop an SMME program focusing on alternative livelihoods specific to the St. Lucia Estuary Functional Zone, as well as stimulate Land Affairs, KZN, ETIA, Department of Water and Sanitation, to find those alternatives as well for agricultural purposes. Development of detailed ecological water reserve for Umfolozi is a recommendation. Again, we'll develop and consult that ecological water reserve for the system. This then marks the end of our implementation plan in response to all the recommendations. As you probably may have seen throughout my presentation, We have the recommendations of the panel, and next to that, we have the implementation plan to say what are we going to do as an entity to respond to that. But again, our honorable minister is a minister who says we don't want to have a talk show. That is why, if you look at the far end of our implementation plan, we have those timelines, and in certain cases where we needed to reflect on the budget implications, we have done so to indicate that we've applied our minds, we have an idea. But as I said, we have a number of stakeholders that we're working with. We are still going to engage them on this implementation plan and get it properly finalized. But this is the plan to respond to that, so that we are not here to listen and go away. So that is what we are committing to do as an entity in response to the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CEO. Thanks, Minister, and thanks, Mrs. Mulongo. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for questions. We'll start with colleagues around you. If you have any question you want to raise, please raise your hand and we'll come to where you're seated.
Yes, good morning, Minister and the panel. My name is Tony Carney, Daily Maverick. This is a very complex issue, and by their nature, people always prefer much simpler, immediate solutions. But having said that, I have three questions partly of clarity. And the first one really is with reference to the recommendation for the clearance of channels from the Isimangalusa and the Multi-Stakeholder. Is that likely to provide immediate relief to subsistence farmers in Sokulima and the Multi-Stakeholder floodplain? And secondly, I'm not sure, I haven't had a chance to study the full report, but to what extent does it address the issue of the sediment buildup in the estuary mouth? And if the back channel is closed up, will that sediment problem be addressed without any engineering measures? The last question is, should there not be immediate relief to the concerns from various stakeholders? And for example, they wish to raise their concerns by chopping the fence at Futalulu. What would be the response of Isimangalusa and the department? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister will respond to this question.
Can I just check whether Professor Stretch or Dr. Pierre are online? Because I think that it might be important for them to comment on the more technical questions that you're raising, Mr. Connie. Are they on now? They're not. Okay. So can I suggest that the issue of the sediment, I don't know, have you been to the mouth? No. And you will see how, in fact, we went there to look at it last night, and the CEO and myself were discussing that the sediment is quite impacted at the mouth. So I think that you would need Professor Stretch and Dr. Pierre to comment on those technical questions. But they have indicated to me, because I also asked them the question, if we are able to get water and sanitation to clear those channels, will it provide relief to the farmers? And they were of the opinion that it will definitely provide some relief. But I think that, as you correctly point out, I suppose one would have thought it's obvious, but until this report was presented, this obvious fact was not on the table. And that fact is that you can't deal with the estuary in the absence of the management of the whole catchment. And I think that has been, if one is to comment on, I think what's new in this report, I think that it's about the fact that you have to deal with the whole catchment area, and that you're going to have to look at mitigating measures in the catchment as a whole to deal with the sediment issue. Because we're trying to deal with the sediment issue at the bottom of the system, whereas really what the report is saying is that you have to address the sediment issue further up in the catchment. So this is why I spoke about the immediate interventions and the longer term interventions, which is sitting down and working with our sister departments on the better management of the entire system. But I'm sure we can arrange, if you do have some other questions that you'd want to put to Professor Stretch, we can organize responses to those questions through Albert. Thanks very much, Tony.
Any further questions? Let me take these ones online. It's from Susan Paxton. From SABC Radio News, what is the chances of the wetland losing its status as a UNESCO site? Because 1, the management approach to management of the Isimangalusa, and 2, the fact that the community feels left out and not heard when they do speak and feels that they would be better without the UNESCO status. The second question, the natural breaching of the mouth because of the severe storm only, does it have any impact on the research done by the panel in terms of what kind of power will be necessary to open the mouth naturally, given the fact that there are a few management issues ranging from Isimangalusa? The Department of Water and Sanitation and Agriculture that have not worked together to manage the system as a whole. It's a bit of a longish question. I'll share it with you, so that you can check.
Let me deal with the first question. We have no intention of losing our World Heritage status. And I think that at all material times, including in this process, we have been in constant contact with UNESCO. I think that if one is to understand both the ecological and the economic value of the system, it is the fact that it has World Heritage status. And I think the fact that to the extent that the system is a tourist attraction, that through tourism there is economic activity and job creation, we would absolutely not want to lose that status. And I think the whole reason why, when there was this disquiet from the scientists that I appointed this panel, is because one can never run away from scientific and professional advice in the management of a system of this complexity. And I think that one can always do better, and one can always have new things that you haven't tried before. And I think this report is testimony to it. My own view, and I'm on record for having stated this on numerous occasions, is that there has to be an organic link in conservation management between the way in which we protect the environment and the way in which we interact with communities on the outskirts of those protected areas. And that's why in my input I spoke about the three aspects of the post-2020 framework on biodiversity: conservation, sustainable use, and equitable beneficiation. Unless communities living on the outskirts of parks feel that they are heard, unless they're involved in the management, and unless they benefit from the management, your conservation areas are always going to be at risk. Because if people can't benefit formally and officially, they are going to benefit informally and unofficially. And I think that, Claudia, I didn't respond to the issue of the removal of the fence. Let me say, we will not tolerate illegal activity. And we will not tolerate people removing fences, and we will not tolerate people invading land. But what we will tolerate, and what we are open to, is views by communities that they are not being heard, and views that they need to benefit more. I spent yesterday afternoon with the Amakosi from this area, and I felt it important before presenting this report today to take the opportunity to hear the concerns. I was together with the board and the CEO, and we spent the afternoon with communities. And we have agreed on a process by which we will formally involve our sister departments in resolving some of the concerns. Many of the concerns, as you would have heard from the report, they're concerns about land use, about land title. Those are not issues that can be directly resolved by the Department of Environment. But what I said to Amakosi yesterday, and it is my deep-held belief, is that when you deal with communities, communities don't want to hear, don't talk to me, talk to this one, talk to the next one. As far as communities are concerned, we are government. And we are the agency of government that they deal with, and we are the institution from whom they want a response. And so if, in terms of the regulatory environment, we're not able to deal with this matter and that matter ourselves, the onus is on us to bring those other parties to the table so that those matters are resolved. I feel confident to say this because we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Rural Development, Land and Agriculture, or whichever way around it goes. And in that MOU, we've talked about there are a lot of cross-cutting areas. I mean, you know, Tony, we've been dealing with issues pertaining to animal welfare in the high-level panel report. That would be one area. But issues pertaining to farmer support in relation to the biodiversity economy would be another area. But in this instance, there would be other forms of support that those communities require. And it's my belief that it's our job to bring those other levels of government to the table. And what we've agreed yesterday with Amakosi is that the board will be meeting 3 times a year because Amakosi have their own coordinating structure. The board will meet with that structure 3 times a year, and they will take that opportunity then to reflect on all the issues that require resolution and make sure that that happens. I believe that we cannot get tired of meeting our stakeholders, and we cannot get tired of addressing those issues. And I think that is the commitment we made yesterday. And as long as I'm here, I'll make sure that we follow that up. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. There's a question from Lamis Omaji, Fin24. The question says, have the other departments like water and sanitation expressed a willingness to work with DFFE and other stakeholders in addressing the problem?
Well, I have already addressed the issue of our relations with the Department of Agriculture, and I have a close relationship with Minister Togo Dudiza. With the Department of Water and Sanitation, we have a very close working relationship on a whole range of issues, including the Protected Areas Expansion Strategy, which relates to the protection of catchments in general. So I'm not envisaging any difficulty. Obviously, we haven't taken this report out and because we needed to release it publicly and we needed to hand it over to the board at a formal level before we begin consultation with stakeholders, which we're going to do after this session on the implementation plan. But obviously with our sister departments. So that is, you would have seen in the management plan, the implementation of the management plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. I'm not sure if there are any further questions from the media in the room. I'm getting a sense that we have dealt with the evolution of this process from the constitution of the panel to report presented to Minister handing over to the Chair, to the entity saying to Minister, this is how we're going to respond to it, and to Minister responding to your questions. Minister, thank you. Chair, thank you. Nkosi, thank you. Madam Nobo and CE, a big thank you so much. We'll move to the next segment, which is our stakeholder engagement, and that's where all the other stakeholders other than media will get a chance to ask questions. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
We have a stakeholder meeting. Oh, okay. Well done. I think I've met some key people that I meet in my business life. So that Mava could should I fetch
Rishabh.
Because angifuni these useless ones. Awuzwe yakho mfethu, awuzwe yakho. Is lalela bro. That one. That one. Because ngathi kuzokhuluma umuntu oyi-1 sihambisa ama-mic ethu. How can you check out?
Neem je zitplek niet? Doe maar niet, dan kan je het merci. You're gonna kick me out. Good.
Does anybody else need a copy? You have a copy of the review report?
biggest one. They were filming them. I think there's more coming. Oh, he's going to grab another. What's the main issue? Thanks, brother. That's all right.
Sir, how are you? Can I what do you to this chair? This one is one for our week. Because I think to the monthly group. See these guys who are yeah, some sort of the with your chair, with your chair. Move with your chair. Thank you very much. Right. This one I can take because is this yours or belongs to my colleague? This is mine. This is yours. This is mine. Oh, that is yours. This one belongs to our colleague. Also trying to, it's ours. Yes. We're trying to move some of them outside so that we can get stakeholders inside. No, I don't want to. Get up officials. I'm trying to move officials out.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. So good morning. Morning and welcome to this stakeholder engagement session. My name is Biodiversity from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. I'm with my colleague here, Siso. We'll together drive this program to ensure that all of us have a fair grasp and understanding of the session today.
Oh yeah, correct. Sanibonani, sanimukela la nje bese lifikile igama lami nguSizwe Masibonge. Kulabo abangaziyo ngisebenzela Isimangaliso engxenye ebhekene nezokongwa kwemvelo.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Siso. We'll start with taking the opening and welcome. That will be done. Maybe let's introduce the panel members first, Siso.
Yes, ngizoqala ngethule ihambeli zethu lapha ngaphambili. Ngizoqala ngongqongqoshe wezokudoba ezamahlathi kanye nezemvelo umama uChris. Simshayele ihlombe nje singasabi. Bese ndabe sizomvumela ngethule ngokwetoho. Bese ngicela ukwethula omusihlalo webhodi lengamele Isimangaliso umama uNjingalwazi uNzama. Ngizothula inkosi yabaTembe elapha ngokuba usekela wesihlalo lebhodi lengamele Isimangaliso indaba ezinhle. Bese ngethula umama uNgcobo umele ibhodi kumbe ithimba lelingcwepheshi ebelibheka ukuthi kwakulungile yini ukubisimangaliso sivula umlomo ngonhlangulana kwanye wondlule umama uNgcobo. Ngibuye ke ngethule umphathi wesimangaliso ubaba ubukhosini. Bese ngethula futhi ophethe ezemvelo ubaba uDlulane. Bese ke egcineni ngisukumisa ubaba uNkotwana inhloko yomnyaka wezemvelo esifunda zona. Ngicela sekulungile, ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Senator Mashizo, and I hope it was a helpful introduction. Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Minister Barbara Chrissy. Sitting next to Minister is the Chair of the Isimangalusa Board, Professor Tandit Zama. And to the extreme right of Prof is the Deputy Chair of the Board, who is Osi Tembe. Next to Minister to the left, facing Minister's direction, it would be Mrs. Maureen Ngobo, who's the member of the panel that put together the report that brought us here together. And we have the CEO of Isimangalusa, and that's Mr. Siso Kusini. Joining at the front as well, it's the acting CEO of Ezemvelo, Mr. Nzigile Lodulane. And of course, also forming part of this session this morning, who will open this meeting with opening remarks, is Mr. Hlanganipo Nkontrana, who's the head of the department from the Provincial Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. joining us as well as part of this meeting, we have the Deputy Director General responsible for biodiversity and conservation, and that's Madam Flora Mukhotra.
Yeah, nami ngingalibala ukuthi phakathi kwethu sinomama ophethe oyisekela kaMqondisi Jikelele womnyango kwa-National kwezemvelo usesiflora unathi laphathi kwethu. Ngiphinde ngikhumbule futhi ukwethula elinye ilunga laleli thimba lengcwepheshe besinalo uNjingalwazi Ndabeni naye ukhona la. Ngiphinde ngisho futhi ukuthi phakathi kwethu futhi sinomhlonishwa umama uMchunu. Ngiyakhumbula abasokhulu bazomazi umama wethu nje la endaweni akasisi-stranger kithi, kodwa futhi angisho ukuthi usekomidini elibhekele ukusebenza komnyango kazwelonke we-environment, we-fisheries, forestry and environment. Siyabonga ukwemukeleka mama Thabo.
Thank you so much, and welcome everyone. Welcome to Mamkunu and welcome to yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. It's an engagement session. We'll start first by inviting HOD with opening and welcome remarks.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. Program Directors, thank you. Let me extend my greetings to the Honorable Minister present with us, the Amakosi is now Ulendao, Asenlupulu, the members of the board, as well as the CEO and the members of the panel of experts, and may we also extend our appreciation to everyone and the members of the community that are present here. And we do appreciate the CEO of Isimangalusa as well as the board members that are here. I think from us as the provincial government, we really do appreciate this wonderful opportunity that has been given to us. I'm standing here on behalf of MEC Pile, who could not be with us today. As you are well aware, we have been affected by the inclement weather, which has resulted in the loss of lives and infrastructure, and as a province, we are hard at work to ensure that there is restoration of some of the infrastructure and ensure that the lives continues. But we do appreciate the presence of the Honorable Minister to be here with us to also prioritize this issue. And we are here as a province to ensure that we work together with all the stakeholders, Isimangalusa as well as led by the national government. And our view is that the report that will be presented today, we do hope that it will close the matter and also define the way forward. Working with the people. This is the government that is listening to what people want, and I do hope that collectively we'll be able to find a solution. We believe in the collective wisdom of the people of the province, and we appreciate the leadership that is here. So we just want to welcome all of you who are here. Just enjoy this day and enjoy the discussion. We hope the discussions will be fruitful and be honest, so that we are able to drive the development agenda of government working together. We thank you very much for the opportunity that we've been given. We are here to participate and ensure that whatever we have experienced, we overcome together. Thank you very much.
Isifundazwe sihlaselwe ziyikhukhula ezibe ziholela ekuthenini abanye bethu balahlekelwe imindeni yabo, abanye belahlekelwe izimpilo zabo. Kodwa kubalulekile ukuthi njengoba sibonisane ngokweqiniso, ngoba lo hulumeni esikuye uhulumeni olalelayo abantu, ukuthi silapha nje ubonga ukuthi sihola umnyango kazwelonke, njengoba sinongqongqoshe ukuthi kazwelonke khona phakathi kwethu. Ufisa ukuthi noma kuba yini siyikhuluma kube ukuthi siyikhuluma eqinisweni futhi
allow me to acknowledge all the important people who are sitting next to me, and also my counterpart from the National Assembly, from the Portfolio Committee, the Provincial Department, officials from our own national. I must confess that we had a lot of debates, myself and the CEO, about whether we should continue with this event that we had planned for today in the light of the devastating floods that have affected this province. And we came to the conclusion that this report and its findings and its recommendations are a very deep concern to all of you, and that we should not delay further. But I think it is important for me to take this opportunity to express my condolences to the people of KwaZulu-Natal for the loss of so many hundreds of lives, and also take this opportunity to wish those who are injured and who are still recovering everything of the very best.
Nina njengoba nikhona nizela uthi ke futhi kumthokoza kakhulu ukuthi abone uzakwabo esishamthethweni sikazwelonke abasebenza ndawonye ekhona la uthi nonke nimukelekile. Uyacacisa ukuthi kuke kwaba nesikhathi lapho bebeqophisana khona ngamazwi ngendlela enhle nomphathi wesimangaliso ukuthi ngabe kufanele nokuqhubeka lo msebenzi namhlanje wenzeke uma sibuka izehle ezenzeke esifundazweni ngezikhukhula kwashona abantu abanye balemali. Kodwa baye bese befike isivumelano sokuthi enxa ukuthi lo mbiko lo kade ulindelwe futhi uphethe okuyinsiza zezimpilo zabantu abathize, ngakho bagcina bevumelene ukuthi hayi cha nomcimbi ube khona. Uthi nakuba kunjalo uyacela ukuthi adlulise nje amazwi enduduzo kulabo abalahlekelwe izihlobo zabo, bese phinde efisela laba abalimele ukululama okuphuthumayo kanjengoba kuqhubeka kulesikhathi manje.
Now, together with all the other devastation, one of the consequences of the floods is that the St. Lucia estuary breached naturally for the first time since 2014. And I think many of you have taken the opportunity to see this phenomena that is allowing the functioning of this natural asset to resume and to provide many of the ecosystem services that are so important.
Ngenxa yalezikhukhula ezikhona mhlawumbe sonke siyavumelana ukuthi umlomo waseSenlusha kumbe isizalo saseSenlusha siye saxhumana nolwandle okokuqala kusuka ngo-2014 ukuthi kusenzakalele nje ngokwendalo ngaphandle kokulekelwa abantu. Uthi-ke uyacabanga ukuthi abanye bethu sebeke baya lapha nezansi beyobuka nje lokhu ukwenzeka kwendalo osekunesikhathi sakugcina. Nakuba lo sonke sinokwethu emakhanda ukuthi mhlawumbe ngabe kusho ukuthini komunye nomunye.
Now, this report that I'm releasing to all of you today came about as a result of a decision that followed a workshop that took place in October 2020, where the Isimangalusa Wetland Park Authority took a decision to artificially open the estuary mouth. Inhlanganisela eyenzeka ngonyaka ka-2020 lapho kuhlangene khona iy'nhlaka ezahlukene okwathi emveni kwalokho kuhlangana kwey'nhlaka ezahlukene isimangaliso sabe sesithathe isinqumo sokuthi silekelele umlomo ubuvuleke. At that time, the Wetland Park Authority explained that the purpose of the breach was to restore the nursery function of the system and to flush out the accumulated silt loads originating from the Mfolozi catchments on the advice of a scientific and technical task team.
Uthi ngaleso sikhathi isimangaliso sathi ukuvula kwasumlomo inhloso yakho kwawukuthi okokuqala bekwazi ukuhlanganisa ulwandle kanye nechweba ukuvumela ukuthi lezo abofisha abasolwandle bekwazi ukuya ngapha bezozalela echwebeni njengokujwayelekile. Okwesibili ukuthi isimangaliso sasicabanga ukuthi sokwenzeka kumbe sasivulela khona umlomo kwawukuthi sikwazi futhi ukuthi kukhukhuleke lemfucuza ebilokhu yehle njalo nalemfula engenela lapha kuleli chweba laseSenlusha.
Now,
ngabe sengithola incwadi esuka ethimbeni lososayensi ababekhathazekile babenxusa ukuba kuqokwe ithimba eliyimele elizophenya umthelela walokhu kuvulwa komlomo ngendlela okwavulwa ngayo Isimangalusa. Okwesibili ababekhala ngakho ukuthi lokhu kuvulwa komlomo kanje kuyaphambana ney'ncomo ezenziwa iprojekthi edume ngokuthi i-J5.
And I then asked the department to appoint the independent panel, which they did in October 2021. And despite the COVID-19 pandemic and all the restrictions, the panel not only did research work, but they met with many of yourselves as well as scientists. They did a review of the legislative environment, and I received the report on the 28th of March this year.
Uthi ukusuka kubangithola leyo ncwadi ngabe senxusa umnyango wami ukuthi uqoke leli thimba labo chwepheshe elaqala umsebenzi walo ngo-October wangonyaka odlule. Okwathi noma kwakuney'ngqinamba ze-COVID esiyazi sonke, ithimba lelakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi, alenzanga nje ukuphenya kuphela ukuthi lwenze ucwaningo nje, kodwa laphinde lahlangana nabanye benu abaningi. Emva kwalokho futhi laphinde lakwazi ukuthi ingabe uma ngabe kwenzeka kanje ingabe lokhu kuyahambisana nomthetho. Ithimba-ke lelo chwepheshe lalinikwe ukuba lenze umsebenzi walo ukusuka ngomfumfu wangonyaka odlule kuze kuzoba manje ukuphela kukaMashi. Uthi umbiko wawuthola ngomhla ka-28 kuye kuMbasa.
So at the time that I appointed the panel, I asked it to advise me on 4 things. So the first,
uthi ngesikhathi ngiqoke iphanele ngacela uba lingiluleke iy'ntweni ezine nje kuphela. Okokuqala,
the first was the significance and impact of the artificial opening of the estuary mouth and how it relates to the JEF5 project and the St. Lucia Estuarine Management Plan.
uthi oqala wathi ukuthi awacela ukuthi ithimba leli libuke ukubaluleka nomthelela wokuvulwa komlomo ngendlela ovulwe ngayo. Okwesibili ebesibuka ukuhlobana kwalokhu kuvulwa komlomo ngendlela Isimangalusa esavulwe ngayo, nayo le J5 report ekhuluma ngayo, kanye nokumanejwa nje kwale sizalo esaseselusha ngokulandela usomqulu wakhona obizwa nge-Estuarine Management Plan.
The second was to advise me on what were these exceptional circumstances as provided for in the Estuarine Management Plan that led to the decision to breach the mouth, including those of an environmental, social, and economic nature.
Uthi okwesibili ngacela ukuthi bengibukele ukuthi kwakuyiziphi lezi zimo ezazihluke kangaka ezenza ukuthi Isimangalusa sivukele isizalo saseselusha. Ukusho lokho ngoba i-management plan yalesi sizalo ithi singavula kuphela uma kunezimo ey'hlukile. Wasethi ababuke lezo zimo ey'hlukileyo konke okuthinta indalo, okuthinta iy'mpilo zabantu, nokuthinta nje-ke iy'mpilo zey'lwane ey'phila kuleya ndawo.
Thirdly, to advise on the impact of the mouth opening on the functioning of the estuary system and the wetland system as a whole, as well as the associated environmental, social, and economic implications.
Uthe ngabe sengithi ababuke ukuthi umthelela wolokhu kuvuleka kube yimuphi konke ekusebenzeni kwechweba ngokusebenza kwabo kwendalo nasey'nhlalweni kumbe inhlalonhle yabantu abakhelene nalo ichweba kanye nomthelela okwenakho kwezomnotho ezikhiqizwa abantu abasuke besondelene noma benza imisebenzi ebaphilisayo besondelene nalo ichweba.
And lastly, I asked the panel to develop guidelines for the immediate and ongoing management of the system going forward.
Thoba sengicela ngithi mokugcina lezi ezine ukuthi bese ngidebe umhlahlandlela ukuthi leli chweba lizolawulwa kanjani ukusuka manje kuya phambili. Ekhuluma ukuthi umhlahlandlela uzolawula indlela uzokwenza ngayo manje nokuzokwenza ngayo ukuqhubeka kwesikhathi kuya phambili.
So the first finding of the review is that the breach was contrary to the JEF recommendations, but it was permitted by the Estuarine Management Plan for ecological reasons.
Uthi-ke okuthumelele ikomiti okokuqala nje ukuthi ukuvulwa komlomo ngendlela wavula bavula ngawo baphambene neyincomo ezazenziwe i-Gen5 report kodwa kwakuhambisana nosomqulu olawula ukumanejwa kwaleli qembu obizwa nge-Estuarial Management Plan.
So, accordingly, the Isimangalusa Wetland Park Authority performed the breaching within the mandate as provided for by their maintenance management plan. And that maintenance management plan had been authorized by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and it was in line with the prescriptions of related legislation.
Ukuvula kwalowo mlomo ngendlela wavula ngayo uvula Isimangalusa kwakuhambisana nomgomo Isimangalusa esimisele khona futhi kuhambisana nokushiwo somqulu olawula ukuphathwa kwaleli bhange lo somqulu okwathi futhi ugunyaziwe umnyango wakwa-fisheries and forestry and environment okuyibona mnyango vele Isimangalusa esibika kuwona nokuyibona mnyango futhi ogunyaza bonke osomqulu abasuke benziwe Isimangalusa.
Secondly, the panel found that there were many ecological reasons that would justify the breach, including the prolonged separation of the system from the sea. I think at that stage it was about 7 years. The concern over the accumulated sediment in the system, the presence of alien invasive species, a decrease in biodiversity within the system, and a decrease in the nursery function of the estuary.
Futhi okuvelela ukuthi Isimangalusa ngempela uma ubheka ukuthi isiphi lesimo esasihluke kangako ukuba ngaze mfundo kuyavela ukuthi kwakunesidingo ngokozonga kwemvelo ngoba kwase kunesikhathi eside lomfula uhlukene nolwandle okufanele ngabe kuyaxhumana uthi uminisa mhlambe noma engasakhumbuli kahle kodwa ngase kube iminyaka elapha kosikhombisa kuyayigcina ukuhlangana ulokho kwase kusho ukuthi ke okwakufanele okumsebenzi waleli chweba ngokwendalo ukuthi kube khona ofisha ababuya bezozalela kwangasenzeki nanokuthi ke futhi bayasona nje ke ichweba lase ligcwala ubimbiza lolu abamhlaba ababiza nge-sediments olusuke lukulwa umfula ukuswala phezulu ngoba luyelingelo lwandle njalo mayihlukana nanokuthi ke ngendlela izinto ebesenzeka ngayo ngokwendalo ilwane eziphila esimeni sechweba elihlangana njalo nolwandle zasingasekho ngenxa yokuthi amazolwandle ayingasabonakala ngelapha echwebeni.
Importantly, the review is critical that the Estuarine Management Plan makes no mention of socio-economic factors in its definition of exceptional circumstances, despite several social and economic concerns associated with the prolonged closed-mouth state. And I will say more about this later in my address.
Ukhuluma kuphela ngezimo ezihlukile ezithinta indalo awukhulumi ngezimo ezithinta inhlalonhle kanye nezomnotho babantu abakhele nendawo nabaphila kuleli chweba ngendlela ezahlukahlukene uthi ke lokhu kusekulethisa isidingo sokuthi uma ngabe kumbe lolu thulunkulu ubuyekezo ekubuyekezeni kwawo ufake phakathi ukuthi kunabantu abahlala khona lokho uzokhuluma ngalokho uma eqhubeka empikweni wakhe.
Importantly, the review is critical that the Estuarine Management Plan makes no mention, I've said this, the review adds that non-consideration of socio-economic factors contributes to conflict that exists between the management authority and the community in relation to the management of the mouth. And the panel says that this conflict relates to the fact that many stakeholders want the mouth to remain permanently open, but the panel notes that the St. Lucia system is a dynamic system and it cannot be and should not be confined to only one state.
Kulokho kusala ngaphandle kwezimo ezihlukile ezithinta impilo yabantu kanye nezomnotho wabantu abaphila nechweba ikhona ithimba lengcwepheshi elibone kunomthelela engaboni ngasolinye phakathi kwesimanganiso nomphakathi ikakhulukazi lo ophila kule ndawo uthi ke
brackish water in the lake.
Ikhona inkulumo engishiye kancane ekuqaleni lapho uNgqongqoshe ebekuthi nakuba kuvela ukuthi iningi lemphakathi esebenza la kubephila ngokudla ngokusebenza echwebeni iyafisa ukuthi ngathi lingahlala livulekile umlomo wechwebe. Kodwa-ke ithimba lochwepheshe liveza ukuthi-ke lokho ngeke kuze kulunge ngenxa yokuthi iselusho ichweba uqobo lusebenza ngey'ndlela eningi, kwesinye isikhathi livalekile, kwesinye isikhathi livulekile. Manje ngeze kwalokho ukuthi lugcine lusesimeni esisodwa. Usethi-ke njengamanje-ke nakuba kunjalo ngesikhathi uvuleka umlomo ngoNhlangulana wakulo nyaka wabonakala kungena ofishi abebengasaziwa kwi-system obabebonake ukuthi ososayensi bagxileka-ke izinto ezishoyo uma kukhona iy'lwane zasolwandle ey'dlulayo.
But the report noted that the artificial breaching did not help in the removal of sediment or the removal of reeds and alien invasive species. At that time, there was no change in the loss of mangroves or in relief to the backflooding for small and large-scale farmers.
Uthi-ke ososayensi kulo mbiko kumbe ithimba leli lochwepheshe laqaphela ukuthi nakuba kwakuzifiso zesimangaliso ngesikhathi imvula ukuthi kuguguleke lemfucuko ubindiza olulapha, kwavela ukuthi kwathi noma sekuvuliwe walisanga laguguleka ulolu bindiza. Kanti futhi nendlela ama-mangroves ayevele efa ngayo kwabuka sengathi ayilokhu eqhubeka njalo, zange kube ney'nguquko ekutheni nasiyaphila ngenxa yokuthi sekuvuliwe.
So let me now come to the recommendations.
Uthi-ke useze iy'ncomo-ke manje ezenziwe yileli committee kumbe leli thimba lechwepheshe.
So the panel of experts recommends that according to the Maintenance Management Plan, maintenance breaching can continue in exceptional circumstances. However, the exceptional circumstances, whether they be ecological or social, must be clearly defined before any further action is taken. And while it is understood that the GEF report advises against breaching, in the view of the panel of experts, it is practical and necessary to consider the effects of allowing the mouth to remain closed for years at a time.
Uthi-ke esokuqala isincomo esiphumela leli thimba sithe nakuba kuqondakala ukuthi ukuvulwa komlomo ngendlela okwavula ngayo kuyaphambana ney'ncomo zale-J5 report, kodwa kufanele ukuthi umlomo uvulwe ukuze kwenziwe kuqinisekiswe ukuthi kuba khona ukuhlangana kwalamanzi ngey'khathi ey'thize. Kusho ukuthi ngezimo ezihlukene, kodwa-ke ithimba leli lochwepheshe lithe kufanele ukuba ichazwe lezi y'khathi ezahlukene, zingachazwa nje kuphela kuncike kwezokwemva kwemvelo, kodwa ichazwe nangokuhambisana ney'mpilo kanye nezomnotho zabantu abaphila kulichweba. Kuthe-ke futhi nakuba lokho sekwenzeka, kodwa kufanele kwenziwe ngendlela yokuthi uma ngabe kugwenywe ukuthi kungabi nokuvaleka komlomo isikhathi eside, sibuyele esimele besikhona ekuqaleni lapho isimo sechweba sesiphenduka siba ukuhlukile nalokho kufanele kube khona.
Now, the second recommendation of the panel is that Isimangalusa must develop and intensify an in-house monitoring plan and build capacity to collect and monitor data. This includes biodiversity data and socio-economic data. And the panel says that future breaching must not take place without adequate ecological monitoring before and after the event to ensure the most efficient breach in terms of intended objectives.
Uthi-ke esinye isincomo sithi Isimangalusa kufanele ukuthi sibe nethimba elizobhekela ukubuka isimo kumbe siqoqe ulwazi ngendlela iselusha ileki esebenza ngayo. Uthi lokhu kufanele kwenzeke ukuze ulwazi lwanele uma ngabe kuzothathwa iy'nqumo ukuthi kuyavulwa noma akuvalwa noma akuvulwa. uqinisekise ukuthi ulwazi lolu luqoqa ngaphambi kokuvuna nasemva kokuthi kuvunwe ukuze kubonakale umehluko ngesikhathi kwenziwa lezi zinto.
Now, to assist with relief to farmers in the Umfolozi and Sunduzi flood plan, and here in particular, I think we are talking to the Sokulu community as a result of back flooding. The report recommends the clearing of the Umsunduzi and beach channel of vegetation and sediment to allow water to flow freely from the floodplain to the mouth.
Ukhuxululo lemfucuza yemihlanga nakho konke lokhu okumele kuona ukuze amanzi ekwazi ukugeleza ngendlela efanele kungabi namanzi azobe emasimini abantu bakwaSokhulu.
Obviously, this recommendation is something that falls outside of the Isimangalusa authority, and it will require the active participation and commitment of the Department of Water and Sanitation, who are the authority with regard to those channels. The report also recommends that the dunes must be cleared of invasive species so that that facilitates the breaching, the natural breaching of the estuary.
Lapha kulezi intatshana bese zakheka zolwandle mawuya lapha ebeach kukhona ihlahla zamashoma nomokhesa lena abamila khona. Uthi umbiko lo uyophakamisa ukuthi basuswe lapho okheshela abamila lapho ngoba benza ukuthi kube nzima ukuthi ulwandle kumbe umfula ubhodlozo ujoyine nolwandle ngoba sekumele ihlahla usuke isikhathi eside.
The panel also recommends that there has to be an improvement in communication between the management authority and all of you as the community. And in particular, the report states that where we are dealing with very technical and scientific information, this information has to be presented to you in a manner that you are able to understand it, but it also has to reflect some of the indigenous knowledge that exists within communities.
Isimangalusa siqinise kakhulu ukuxhumana kwaso nemphakathi owakhelene naso. Uthi ke lokhu kufaka phakathi ukuthi ulwazi lwendabuko kube lwendalo olukhona lufakwe ey'ngxenyeni ey'suke zithathwa kulo msebenzi usuke wenziwa kungabi nje ukuthi uthathe ulwazi lwesayensi kuphela. Uthi ke futhi okunye okubalulekile ukuthi nalo ulwazi lolu olusuke selwenziwe oluthanda ukujula ngendlela ulimi olubhalwe ngayo kube ngumsebenzi wesimangaliso ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi luyahumusheka ebosomqulu abazoya emphakathini ngendlela ukuthi amalungu omphakathi akwazi ukuliqonda.
Now, those four recommendations are the short-term recommendations, but there are also longer-term recommendations. And I think that these recommendations are very, very important. So what the report points out is that up to now, we have been trying to manage the estuary in the absence of managing the whole catchment area of these rivers.
Uze kufike lesi sikhathi esikuso njengamanje kade silokhu sizama ukuthi ukuthi simanage kumbe siphathe lesi sizalo sisihlukanise nayo yonke lemfula nemfudlana engenela kuyona.
And the origins of the sediment issue and the backflooding issue result from the way in which the whole catchment is managed, and not just as a result of the way in which the estuary mouth is managed.
Uthi-ke kanti ubendiza lelo ugcina seluyinkinga lapha ezansi kanye nokuthi kube khona ukuma kwamanzi ngendlela engajwayelekile endaweni lapha asema khona akusiwo nje umthelela wendlela okuphathwa ngayo ichweba kuphela kodwa kufaka phakathi yonke imfula egelezela leli chweba.
And so we are going to have to bring together ourselves and the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Water and Sanitation so that we develop this thing which is called a reserve determination of ecological water requirements.
Uthi-ke kufanele ukuthi-ke sihlangane nomnyango wezolimo siphinde sihlangane nomnyango wezamanzi ukuze sikhiphe lo somkhulu olawulwa indlela imhosha engenela emfuleni emkhulu egcina ingenele olwandle efanele iphathwe ngayo.
Now I want to return, ladies and gentlemen, to this issue of the socio-economic factors and how they impact on the estuarine management plan.
Uthi-ke usefuna ukuthi abuye kulolu daba lwezenhlalonhle yabantu kanye nezomnotho kubantu abaphila kuleli chweba. Sibuke futhi ukuthi ingenelela kanjani ekuphathweni nje kwechweba lilonke.
Now South Africa, as you probably know, is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on Biodiversity.
Uthi-ke njengoba sazi ukuthi i-South Africa isayinile kulo mzimba obizwa ngokuthi i-UNESCO udume kanjani.
The post-2020 biodiversity framework, which will be considered in Kunming, China, in September this year, has three interrelated aspects.
Uthi-ke kunemgomo emithathu ebusa indlela indawo efana nalezi okufanele iphathwe ngayo. Kuzoba nenkomfa ezoba kulo nyaka indawo leyo ese-China. Iyo lethi izobe igcizelela lemgomo emithathu azoyisho khona manje.
The first is the issue of conservation for current and future generations.
Uthi-ke eyokuqala eyokongwa kwemvelo yongelwa abakhona nesizukulwane esizayo.
The second is the issue of sustainable use.
Eyesibili ukusebenzisa izinto zendalo ngendlela yokuthi abezayo kusasa bazokwazi ukuyisebenzisa.
And the third is equitable community beneficiation.
Uthi-ke esithathu ukuzuza kwemphakathi ngendlela efanele kulezo ndawo yakhelene nazo.
Now, our cabinet has endorsed these three principles because they are in line with our own domestic policies and legislation.
Uthi-ke iParliament ishamthetho sikazwelonke siye savumelana nalezi zinto ezintathu ngesizathu sokuthi zihambisana vele nemgomo nemithetho izwe lase-South Africa liphila ngaphansi kwayo.
So what this means for us, ladies and gentlemen, is we have to make sure that the estuarine management plan covers all of these issues: conservation, sustainable use, and community beneficiation.
Uthi kubalulekile ukuthi thina njengoba sina siqinisekise ukuthi lo somkhulu olawula ukuphathwa kwaleli chweba obizwa nge-estuarine management plan uyayifaka zontathu lezi zinto ezibaliwe. Ubale ezokongwa kwemvelo, ubale ukusebenziswa ngokusebenzisa ngokonga ukuze nabezayo bekwazi ukusebenzisa. Wasebala futhi ukuzuza ngendlela efanele kwemphakathi yakhe lezo ndawo.
Now the question you will be most interested in is, having received this report, what am I going to do about it?
Uthi-ke ngiyazi ukuthi njengamanje okusemakhaleni sonke lapho ukuthi yebo kwengqongqoshe usutholile lo mbiko uzokwenzani-ke ngawo.
So first of all, let me say that I have accepted all of the recommendations that the panel has made.
Oqala ngibeke
about a draft implementation plan. And obviously one of the purposes of today and a subsequent follow-up meeting is that you are going to input into that implementation plan.
Uthi-ke uzobona ukuthi-ke ngiye emveni kokuba ngitholele losomqulu ombiko oneyincomo ngahlala nebhodi lengamele ukusebenza kwesimangaliso kanye nomphathi wesimangaliso omkhulu sasisizama ukuthi siphume nomhlahlandlela ukuthi sizoqinisekisa kanjani ukuthi lezi zincomo ezila kusomqulu zizokwazi ukuthi zenziwe ngendlela okuyikhona khona ukuthi nabo lokho nomhlaba osebenziwe kodwa ke phela aloyo ndawo ngaphandle ukuthi sonke sibe nombono esiwufakayo kulo ukuze kuyoba yinto yethu sonke uma ngabe siyenza.
Now you would have heard me mention that in order for these recommendations to be implemented, we will have to bring other parties to the table.
Uthi ngiyakhumbula kaningizwile ngithe ukuze yonke lento ekhulunywa ngayo la ikwazi ukwenzeka kuzofanele sibize ezinye inhlaka kumbe ngibize ezinye inhlaka ezoba ingxenye yethu ukuze lezi zinto zethu zenzeke.
These other parties include the Provincial Department, Isimangalusa, the Department of Agriculture, Land Affairs and Rural Development, and the Department of Water and Sanitation.
Uthi-ke lezi nhlaka engikhuluma ngazo ikhuluma ngohulumeni wesifundazwe, ikhuluma ngozakwethu bomnyango wezemvelo, zikhuluma ngomnyango wezolimo, zikhuluma ngemnyango wezemihlaba. Bonke labo bantu banengxenye okufanele beyidlale kule.
Now, I'm not mentioning all of these other departments because we are planning to gap our responsibility.
Uthi-ke isatha ukuthi ngibekele abanye abantu akusho ukuthi sizama ukucashela umsebenzi wethu ngokuthi ngithi khona abanye sosebenzisana nabo.
I fully understand that for those of you that live here, we are the government that you interact with, and you're not interested in stories about other departments and other levels of government.
Uthi-ke enguqonda kahle kakhulu ukuthi emehlweni enu thina sohulumeni aninendaba nokuthi sihlukene kangakanani, aninandaba ney'doro zokuthi soxhumana kanjani nabo okwenu nazi ukuthi uma nikhuluma nathi nikhuluma nohulumeni.
And so we will take responsibility for bringing in those other role players and for working together with them on the implementation plan.
Uthi-ke sizokwenza kube umsebenzi wethu ukuthi sibanxenxe sibabize bebe nathi nabemnyama esikhuluma ngayo sisebenze nabo uqinisekise ukuthi lo somqulu esithi uzosilawula ukuze siqinisekise ukuthi iy'ncomo ziyenzeka sisebenza nabo bona.
In the post-2020 Biodiversity Plan framework that I spoke about earlier, there is the concept of a new vision for people and for nature.
Uthi-ke usomqulu obiza nge-biodiversity after 2020 uthi unento lapha okukhulunywa kuyo i-concept okukhulunywa ukuthi ehlobanisa abantu kanye nemvelo.
I fully understand that reconciling the needs of nature and the needs of people is not always an easy task.
Ngiyaqonda ukuthi uqinisekisa ukuthi izidingo zabantu ziyenzeka nezidingo zemvelo ziyenzeka ngesikhathi esisodwa akusinto ejwayele ukuba lula ngazo zonke iy'khathi.
But the commitment we want to give you today is that as we move towards the implementation of this panel's recommendation, it is our intention to work together with you to ensure that it is indeed the first chapter of a new deal for people and nature here at Isimangalusa.
Uthi-ke ngishilo lokho kodwa sifuna ukuyibophezela thina ukuthi ukwenza ukuqinisekisa lezi zinto ekade sisho ukuthi kufanele zenzeke sizoqinisekisa thina ukuyenzeka lokhu ukuthi izidingo zabantu ney'dingo ze-nature zenzeke ngesikhathi esisodwa uthi lokhu ukuthatha njengesigaba sokuqala sesivumelwano sabantu abakhela isimangaliso kanye nesimangaliso.
Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thanks so much, Minister. for the leading the narrative. We are now, ladies and gentlemen, going to move ahead with the program by inviting Madam Maureen Ngobo. Mrs. Maureen Ngobo is a panel member who will take us through the essence of the presentation that's aligned to the report on the mouth. And Caesar will continue with the translation as, Madam Ngobo will go through the two languages, I suppose. Caesar will help. Thank you.
Thank you again, Elby. Let me again take the opportunity to greet the Honorable Minister, Mama Barbara Tracy. Let me greet everyone who is here present with us. And indeed, I am observing the protocol. I send greetings from the other members of the panel who couldn't attend. Niyasazi ukuthi besihamba sibangaki. There was the 5 of us, and today there's the 2 of us, myself. I'm still Busi Ngobo, and with me is Dr. Ndabeni. Lindile, where are you? If you could just raise your hand. Thank you, thank you. Angibingelele ngokukhulu ukuyithoba onke amakhosi akhona ngaphakathi anathi la sithobekile kakhulu ukuba niu-attende lo mhlangano. I will just be very quick. Mine is a 15-minute slot. The minister has alluded to the report as a whole. You have got the copies of the report in front of you. I saw you being given the report on your way in. I need to confirm to the minister certain things and also confirm to you certain things, and then I go to the way forward.
Uthi-ke uyasibingelela sonke esikhona la ngenhlanga zethu ukuhlobahlanga kwethu. Uthi niyakhumbula ukuthi lelo bahlanu ngesikhathi behamba benibona ey'ndaweni zenu, kodwa-ke namhlanje usukumise ubaba udokotela uNdabeni sesimbonile sonke. Usethi-ke okwakho kuzobancane kakhulu imizuzwana engaziweyo ni-15 kuphela. Kepha uthi ukhona into afuna ukuyiqinisekisa kungqongqoshe, aphinde ayiqinisekise kuqala kilina kuqala ngaphambi kokuqhubeka nesethulo sakhe.
Bengingabeka isincomo, asikho isikhundla sikantolinga lapha e-Wetland Park asabe sengena khona usizo. Can I just confirm, Minister, that people who are in this house are people that we worked with? There was the 5 of us, Dr. Pierre, Professor Stretch, Ubaba Umadigizela, myself, and Ubaba Ndabeni. They are sending their greetings, the 3 that are not here. I don't know whether Ubaba Umadigizela is online. I think he is online. They are sending their greetings and they are sending their apologies.
Uthi-ke ufuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi kuseyibo abantu labade sebenza nabo uqinisekisa uminister. Useyababala abanye ozakwabo akade sebenza nabo ngesikhathi efika kini obale obaba Ndikizela babala uNjengalwazi uStretch babala abazali abaningi nje bayisihlathele bonke. Uthi ukuqinisekisa nje ukuthi kuyibo kuseyiyena futhi naye lo ona.
You are going to read the report at your leisure. I need to confirm something to you in front of the minister also. I'm in front of the presentation. Can I have the next slide? Sorry. The minister alluded to the terms of reference and CISO very eloquently translated created these terms of reference. Can we go to the next one?
Nxusa ukuthi siye siladini esilandelayo ngoba uminister kwakhuluma ngale mbandela ababebekele yona ukuba kufanele besenze iphekwayo sokuthi silande esilandelayo.
When you look at the report, you will see that we have spoken at length about the significance in terms of the management plan. We sat with people, we asked questions, we allowed them to participate, we read documents. There isn't a thing that we skipped in trying to find out what exactly happened so that we advise the minister on an informed basis. You will see,
Uma ubuka labo somqulu sokhumbula ukuthi umsebenzi abawenze ngempela bangashiya litshe lingaphendulwanga ngoba bayebalalela abantu bakhuluma nabantu bafunda usomqulu bonke bebekhona ukuze kungathi uma ngabe beluleka ungqongqoshe bemluleke ngento abangenalo ulwazi nayo.
The next slide, please. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay. We have spoken about defining of exceptional circumstances. You will remember that one of the requests was advise me on exceptional circumstances. Sanibuza futhi ukuthi yimapi sabheka nathi ukuthi mapi, and we have said quite a bit around these exceptional circumstances that are spoken about. This is the next slide that I'm talking to.
Uthi ngizokhumbula ukuthi sangibuza kakhulu ngokuthi iziphi lezi zimo ezahlukene ekubeze ehluke kakhulu esakhuluma ngazo ubuyazi lolulwimi lwalapha lwakithi uma ekhuluma kulabo abangamzwanga ukuthi we did interact with you on what are these exceptional circumstances. We listened to you, we went through all the documents that were put before us just to understand these exceptional circumstances that are referred to in the Estuarial Management Plan.
When you look at the report, you will see that we have spoken about ecological circumstances. Very quickly, build-up, sedimentation, accumulation, prolonged freshwater state, alien invasive species, encroaching vegetation in the Narrows and the inflows in Solosa rivers, low biodiversity, and a decrease in the necessary function of the estuary. The next slide, please.
Uthi yakhumbula ke sikhulume ngendaba yokukhandeka kwebhemu sakhuluma ngendaba ukuthi sekumele ihlahla laphana ephekwe ebhemu lezamakhesalini sakhuluma ukuthi izala sakwazi ukuba izalo phela siyizalo ukuthi ofishi bazozalela khona saphinde sakhuluma nje nawo ukuthi kwalona ubindiza lolo segcwele lapha seluningi kakhulu sekunezathu eziningi kodwa zonke lezi zathu bencane kakhulu kwezokonga kwemvelo.
You will see that we have included your responses around social and economic circumstances. This is the next yes. Reduction in fishing success, and increase in community conservation conflict.
Uthi yakhumbula sasikhuluma ngakho ukuthi amanzi amile laphana agcotshisa ukudla kwethu ukulimala kwenqalasizinda esinayo sake salapha ngiyakhumbula kwakulimele ololiwe lapha kulaba balapha ezansi sakhuluma nangokwehla kwezinga lezokuvakasha kanye nalaba abadoba ngokuyithokozisa sakhuluma futhi ngangendlela yokudoba ikakhulukazi emphakathini engale ngenhla kwechweba sakhuluma futhi ngokukhula kokuphambana kwembono phakathi kwesimangaliso kanye nemphakathi ngenxa yalesi simo sechweba.
Dig in the report, you will find that we have highlighted the rich impact on hydrology and ecology, and we have indicated the positives, the non-observed changes, and the negatives of these. My next slide, the rich impact on social situation. You will find that also in your report. Your lack of benefits to
sakhuluma kakhulu ngokuthi abangama-repairs la into bangabazizwa kakhulu kunalokho abakwenzayo njengamanje, nanokuthi kwavela sengathi ukuxhumana kwangekuhle kahle imiphakathi futhi wangatholi inzuzo ekusebenzeni kwaleli chweba, kanye nokuthi umphakathi wabuka sengathi iy'khalo zawo akekho ezinakayo, nanokuthi wayengekho-ke okhomba ukuyimela owayexhumana nemiphakathi esebenzisana ngesimangaliso.
You will find information on bridge impact on economics and the impact in the entire country of COVID-19.
Uthi-ke kwi-report uzothola umthelela wezomnotho we-lockdown kanye nokulahlekelwa kwabalimi ngendlela abalahlekelwe ngayo, kanye nomthelela wokuthi kuvulwe umlomo ngendlela wavula ngayo ngesikhathi wavula ngayo, kanye-ke nokukalwa kwezomnotho kwalokho okwalahlekela umphakathi ngenxa yesimo esasikhona echwebeni ngaleso sikhathi.
In the last bit of the terms of reference talks to recommendations, you will see that we have given the key recommendations as the minister has gone over those.
Uthi-ke nizobuka futhi kusomqulu la ukuthi isigaba esilandelayo sikhuluma ngey'nqumo ezinikezwe ikomiti, ukuthi nizobona-ke iy'nqumo njengoba ungqongqoshe beke wayibeke ekuqaleni.
I think what is critical is to note the fact that the whole process of a movement around the recommendations that we have put forward is an integrated approach.
Uthi-ke nizobuka futhi ukuthi kuyo yonke indlela okwenziwe ngayo iy'nqumo kuyindlela engashiyi lutho ngaphandle ehlanganisa yonke into ethindakalayo kuleli chweba.
The future work,
Uthi-ke kunomsebenzi obekiwe lapho kuthiwa isimangaliso kufanele siwenze ekusaseni lawo,
which is the next slide, sorry. A need for considering the management and hydrology of the catchment, investigation of water use and licenses, land use and ownership, clear guidelines and definitions for artificial bridging, inclusion of local knowledge and perspectives, and a full assessment of artificial levees and canals, and a dedicated interdisciplinary study and SMME master plan to explore alternative livelihoods.
Ucacisa njengoba beshile futhi ungqongqoshe ukuthi kunesidingo sokuthi kube naleli thimba elizobuka lokuqoqa ulwazi ngendlela ezamanzi kanye nemihosha engenela olwandle ehamba ngalo, kubukwe futhi nalabo abasebenzisa amanzi alemifula engenele echwebeni ukuthi banazo n'imvume lezo ebizwa ngama-water use kanye nama-licenses akhona, kubukwe ubunikazi bomhlaba bese kwakhiwa umhlahlandlela ukuthi uma ngabe ekusaseni elizayo kuba nesidingo sokuthi kuvule umlomo ngendlela ovulwe ngayo ngoNhlolanja wangonyaka odlule, yimiphi imigomo eyolandelwa, bese-ke kunezezelwa ngolwazi lwendalo, kungabi ukuthi abantu ulwazi lwabo lwasemphakathini alibukwa kuwo lososayensi kuphela. Kuphinde-ke futhi kubukwe imiselele eyayikhutshwa abalimi ukuzama ukwehlisa izinga lokuthi kube nokuma kwamanzi lapha emasimini awo, nanokuthi-ke bese kwakhiwe isu lokuthi osomabhizinisi abancane belekeleleke uma kuyikuthi le yokuthi amasimi angaphansi kwamanzi igcina kuba ukuthi ayilungi, ukuze kube nenye indlela abantu abazophila ngayo.
And the last thing I want to say before my thank you word is this. We made a promise when we were here in Isimangalusa, meaning the length and breadth of this area and the project per se. We made a promise that whatever information that you give to us will go into the report. Whatever documents that you give to us will go into the report. Where people were saying, will the minister ever see this memo? We said, indeed, the minister will see the memo. Now, we have delivered on the promise. When you look at the report, you will see that there's attachments of documents that you gave to us. And I am happy that when the minister saw the report, she is very happy with the entire team on what we gave to them. I would be failing if I don't say thank you very much for the kind of acceptance we got when we here in Isimangalusa for 6 months. There was such a positive response from all angles. People were giving information, people were stating their concerns, people were stating their anger, they stated everything, the positive, the bad, and the suggestions. And we would be failing if we don't say thank you for the response that we got at Isimangalusa from all the stakeholders, including people that work with the department and also those that work outside of the department. In our responses, like I indicated, we got people who are just interested parties who were able to put in their suggestions, their feelings electronically when the process was open to everybody, even outside of the country. Thank you very much.
Uthi-ke ufuna ukubonga kakhulu uqala ukuthi uyakhumbula efika lapha eSimangalusa edibana nami lokuqala uthi wayenza isethembiso kunini ukuthi kunoma ngabe kuphi osomquleni enibanikeza bona bazoba ingxenye yombiko lo ozoya kuNgqongqoshe. Uthi uyakhumbula komunye umhlangano naye kuwo omunye wababuza ukuthi kodwa le ncwadi esiyibhalayo ukuthi uNgqongqoshe uyayibona ngamehlo uthi savuma ukuthi sizokwenza lokho. Uthi-ke yena kanye nethimba besebenza nalo babona sengathi bakwenzile basifezile isethembiso sabo. Zonke uma ubuka umbiko lo obhaliwe unabo zonke iy'ncwadi nosomqulu ababebanikezwa abantu. Ubonga kakhulu engabongi kuphela kubantu balapho uphinde abonga abasebenzela i-department. Uthi khona futhi abanye abathi njengoba beqhubeka besebenza baba nje nogqozi ngalento ababeyenza babenganankinga ukuthi beyibhale phansi kwikhompyutha bayithumele kubona. Uthi ukubonga kaqedi uyabonga.
Thank you, and thank you so much, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's how we proceed with the program. The next presentation will be by the CEO of Isimangalusa, Mr. Masibonge.
Thank you, program directors, Babu Sotobe, Baba Omodise, Honorable Minister, Baba Tracy, Honorable Khulu, a member of our portfolio committee, DFFE, our board chairperson, Professor Nzama, Deputy Chairperson, Mulanyama, the board members present here, the head of department from ETIA, the acting CEO of Isimangalusa KZN Wildlife, Mama Ungobo from the team, the panel, colleagues from the department, from Isimangalusa, from Isimangalusa KZN Wildlife, and other departments who may be with us here today, members of the media, Makosi, Asendukulu, Siakulega, Induna, Kansela, Zuluti Namaspala, Sotobe, Utubatuba, Uganatila, Siabilela, Upati Wonke, Eskanawala, the Ratepayers Association, Yambona Umrodi, UCOSP, representatives, tourism operators, other business operators, members of the community in general. A very good, is it still a morning, sir? A very good day to all of you. Minister, I pay the overtime to this gentleman if he works overtime, because I've been noticing the time since he started interpreting for us. I would rather save the few rands that I have in my budget. So I will do my own interpretation. all, let's appreciate or express our gratitude to our Honorable Minister, and of course the role that was played by Honorable Mkhulu, because she has been with us since then until to date, and I do know that they will still be with us going forward, for a sterling job that they have done, especially when concerns were raised following the assisted breach that were raised by some scientists, that instead of ignoring their concerns, they were afforded an opportunity through the appointment of an independent panel to investigate whether the action that we undertook as an entity was indeed in accordance with the estuary or the estuary management plan, and we were not delinquent in the process of doing that. So ngifuna ukuthi sibonge kakhulu ungqongqoshe wethu umama ubaba Chris nomama uMchunu osikhalela lapha kwikomiti lethu lapha yana eminyangweni lo zofishi ezamahlathi kanye nezokonga kwemvelo umama uMchunu, ukuthi emva kokuba sesivule lo mlomo noma silekelele umlomo ukuthi uvuleke ngomhla ka-6 kuJanuwari 2021 kwasekuba khona idlanzana lososayensi elazwakalisa izikhalazo zalo, abazange bathathe into yokuthi asibayeke, kodwa-ke banakile isikhalazo sabo, kwasekuqokwa-ke ithimba ukuthi alibe liphenye noma libheke lo msebenzi ukuthi ngesikhathi senza lo msebenzi sakwenza ngendlela efanele yini. I wish to, Minister, to again reaffirm the objectives of the establishment of this park. It is to protect, it is to conserve, it is also to present the World Heritage Site. So I want to assure each and every one of you that the World Heritage status of this park, we are going to make sure that it is maintained, and we are going to do all our best to make sure that it is maintained in accordance with the prescripts of the legislation and the policies and regulations that are applicable. The second aspect is to empower the historically disadvantaged communities. And if we listen to the presentation of the member of the panel, Mamungobo, yes, the minister, the honorable minister, you will realize that is once again reaffirming that in order for conservation to survive, it will have to take into cognizance many other aspects. Not only scientific, of course scientific, but also social as well, and economic factors or issues that affect the communities who live adjacent or inside these protected areas. Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi kunezinto ezintathu thina njengabantu abaqokelwe ukuthi sisebenze noma ezamiselwa isimangaliso ukuthi sibe khona. Eyokuqala ukuthi kufanele sivikele imvelo, siyonge, kodwa bese senza futhi leli park ukuthi abantu balibone, bali-enjoye, baphile kulo. Okwesibili, uqinisekisa ukuthi abantu noma imiphakathi eyakhele leli park, kakhulukazi kule case esikhuluma ngayo, uKing Cetshwayo, i-district, kube uMkhanyakude, uzofuna siqinisekise ukuthi siyabalekelela ekuthenini ngenxa yaleli park nabo akubonakale iy'mpilo zabo ziba ngcono. The third one is to promote tourism and tourism-related development. Ukuthuthukisa indlela noma indawo zokuvakasha kanye nentuthuko encikene kanye nezokuvakasha. So those are the three objectives of the World Heritage Convention Act, which establishes Isimangalusa. It is in that context that if you look at our strategy, we have a three-pronged approach, which is conservation, stakeholders, and ecotourism. Uma ubuka umhlahlandlela wethu nawo ubamba ngolayini ukuthi sifuna ukubheka into ozobongwa kwezemvelo, ukubambisana nemphakathi kanye nokuthuthukisa noma ukubheka ezokuvakasha sizenze ngendlela ezokwenza ukuthi zithuthuke ibheke phambili. If you listen again to the presentation from the panel, you can see that there is once again reiteration of the fact that we do need to work with all the stakeholders. It can't be that we'll be working in silos. It can't be that we exclude other factors or sectors of the community and work with one sector. And therefore, it is on those bases that our strategy is structured in that manner. Ngichazela ukuthi uma ulalela ingakho ubona lo mhlahlandlela wethu ebengikhuluma ngawo ohlelele ngalendlela ohlelele ngayo ngoba sifuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi bonke abantu abakhelele lempaki baba yingxenye yokuthi senze lo msebenzi esimiselwe ukuthi siwenze ngaphansi kwalo mthetho osibekile. Now, my role here, following the address by the Minister and the panel, is to explain to you that following that, we have sat down, as the Minister has correctly alluded to, and we have developed what we call a draft implementation plan. Umsebenzi wami ke namhlanje ukuthi njengoba sibalile sesithole le report eqhamuka la kuMama uNgcobo noMinister eseshilo ukuthi sihlalile sabuka indlela esizoyithatha sibese siyayenza ukuthi ayisebenze. Singagcini nje ukuthi sikhulume bese sithatha amaphepha siwafaka emashalofini. Akube khona indlela esosebenza ngayo ezoqinisekisa ukuthi lezi zinto bekhulunywa ngazo la siyakwazi ukuthi sivuke kusasa sizibone ziphila ngoba isimo esibhekane naso sinzima kakhulu and sidinga ukuthi singalokhu sikhuluma kuphela kodwa kube khona izenzo esizenzayo. So we have accordingly developed the draft implementation plan, and it is a time-bound implementation plan. So it's not just an implementation plan. Le plan le noma lo hlelo esilakhile luneyikhathi akulona kusiyo nje iplan noma uhlelo esithi sizokwenza ukuthi kodwa singabe sesizibophezela ukuthi nini. Kodwa I do need to mention that we are here today because we went as a collective then. And we are not going to stop today because we are now receiving a report to continue working as a collective. So we will continue to work as a collective. Now, as I say this, it basically means that we are, in as much as we say this is a draft, it's an implementation plan, we are still going to convene with the structures that we used to convene with, and beef up if where necessary, and get some inputs into the implementation plan so that it becomes a truly operational and practical implementation plan as opposed to being just a theoretical plan. So ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ke la sisebenzile phambilini kuze kube manje neyinhlaka ezahlukahlukene sisazoqhubeka futhi sibambisane nazo ukuthi njengoba sesenze lo hlelo kuzofuneka siphinde futhi sihlangane nalezi inhlaka besisebenza nazo. Ingakho sibiza ukuthi it's a draft implementation plan. Uhlelo olesikhashana noma esisazohlengisa sisazolithatha siphinde siyosebenza nalezi inhlaka ukuqinisekisa ukuthi imbono yalezi inhlaka besisebenza nazo iyaphinda futhi ithathwe ifakwe kulolu hlelo. This is very important because you will agree with me here today that the engagements that we had with different structures here, if you listen to the report, they were not in vain. The advices that we got from the Ratepayers Association, from the farmers, be it commercial or small-scale farmers, from the traditional authorities, representatives, from stakeholders in general, the business fraternity, they were indeed on point. Now, we do really want to appreciate the contributions that you have made, and it is on those bases that we are still going to work with you as Isimangalusa going forward. We are still committed to working with you. So the implementation plan, so ngithi lokhu ebesikwenza nani kuqala ukhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi izeluleko noma nemibono ebesithola eqhamuka kwinhlanga ezahlukahlukene bebezona nje izeluleko ebezisidukisa nathi njengesimangaliso, kodwa izeluleko ebeziqonda ngqo enkingeni ebesibhekane nayo. Ngakho-ke ngeke ukuthi namhlanje uma sekufika le report bese siyakhohlwa lezo nhlaka. Lokhu esasizibophezele kukho ukuthi sizosebenzisana nani, sisazoqhubeka futhi sisebenzisane nani. Honorable Minister, I do know that at some point, and the panel members, there was a concern that Isimangalusa is not communicating enough with the stakeholders, especially after the breaching. But it must be today explained why. It is because, as the Minister appointed an independent panel of experts to investigate what we did together with you, we had, for the purposes of objectivity, we had to allow the panel to engage with you independently of us. We were not going to be seen to be further interacting with you to influence what you say to the panel. We therefore, on the basis of that, took a break so that would allow the panel to engage with you and come up with an objective report. It would sound very different and very suspicious if today we are meeting here and we have a report from the panel, and that panel is because of the influence we had in how we should respond to the panel. So that is the basis. It is not that we abdicated our responsibility of engaging with you as our stakeholders. Ngithi-ke abengichaza lento ngoba babumlaba kuke kwaba lento ethi Isimangalusa asakhulumi nathi khona. Sagcina nje sivula umlomo, Isimangalusa sasishiya nje ezweni. Siyayibona le report kwezinye indawo uma benibuza niyakhalaza ukuthi Isimangalusa asasiboni. Ngithi-ke angiyichaza lento ukuthi emva kokuba ungqongqoshe eqoke leli thimba bekubalulekile ukuthi thina njengesimangaluso singabonakali siqhamukela ngoba bekuzoze kube kwangathithi kukhona into esinifunza yona ukuze nitshele laba abazobe benza ucwaningo. Bekufanele sisidede lesikhala uqinisekise ukuthi laba benza ucwaningo babuya nemphumela ongenagcobo noma ongenakho ukuthi yingoba nina nibatshele izinto esithe thina batsheleni zona. So lo mbiko oqhamuka la namhlanje awu-influence-anga lutho, kodwa nje umbiko oqhamuka kwepanel engicabanga ukuthi siyakwazi-ke ngenxa nokuthi siwemukele sonke nezandla ezimhlophe, ngoba ukuba kunento ethi siyawubona lo mbiko kodwa u-CEO noma ubani osebenza Isimangalusa wasitshela ukuthi asithi ngabe lo mbiko asiwuthathi njengombiko onobuqotho. So the first thing that we are going to do in terms of the implementation plan is that we are going to have a monitoring plan. That is what is at the top in terms of our action plan. So i-panel iphakamisa ukuthi akube khona into ekuthiwa i-monitoring plan. Just go to the action plan. So into esizoyenza-ke thina njengesimangaluso sizobakha lolu hlaka oluzoqinisekisa ukuthi go to the plan itself. If you can make it sizobakha lolu hlelo okuthiwa i-monitoring plan oluzoqinisekisa ukuthi zonke lezi zinto okukhulunywa ngazo okuthiwa ama-exceptional circumstances siyawabheka kahle, siwacwaninge, siwaqinisekise ukuthi abasendleleni noma basinikeza ulwazi olwanele ukwenza lento okufanele siyenze. Kukhona lento okuthiwa nizoyikhuluma ke ngesiZulu and nina abanye nifunde ngesingisi. So those who can speak English, they will read, and I will talk in isiZulu. So sizoshaya two-way. Nami ngizama ukusevela uMinister Budget ngoba sengizocela nami overtime. The dune maintenance la bayana ngiyacabanga ukuthi siyabona masibuka lezi yayintaba zolwandle ikakhulukazi lezi eziphakathi komfula kanye nolwandle masiyibuka ziphakeme kakhulu kodwa mase siyibuka futhi sibukise seduzane kahle siyabona ukuthi khona izitshalo ezikhona ezenza ukuthi manje lezi intaba zingabe zingasadilili kalula sesithanda ukuqina noma kuqhamuka amanzi awasakwazi ukuyibhodloza. Now into ezofuneka siyenze ukuthi kufuneka siyokhipha zonke lezi zitshalo ukuze siqinisekise ukuthi lezi zihlabathi zihlale zilula ukuze uma kufika amanzi akwazi ukuthi ayibhodloze. Nizovumelana nami manibuka la kuvuleke khona ukuthi kuvuleke la obengasekho khona lezi zihlahla nalezi zitshalo. Kulezi ndawo la ebekunezitshalo nezihlahla khona intaba zisasele kanjalo zimile okusho ukuthi lezi zitshalo nalezi zihlahla ziyasiphazamisa ingakho kuzofanele sibe nohlelo lokubhekana nazo. Okunye okubalekile uqinisekisa ukuthi lo msebenzi siwenzayo uba umsebenzi ozimele. Sizofuna ukuthi sithole sizokwenza lento okuthiwa i-communication sizothola umuntu ozimele sizosebenzisana nama-NGOs nama-universities uqinisekisa ukuthi labantu basilekelela kulolu daba lokuxhumana njengoba bebesho ukuthi enye yezinto enikhalaza ngayo ilokuxhumana. So sizodinga ukuthi sithole uxhaso noma ukulekeleleka nansi indlela esizosebenza ngayo. Sifuna ukuthi ey'ntweni zonke esizozenza njengoba uMinister eke washo ekuqaleni ulwazi oluqhamuka emakhosini nasemphakathini kosomabhizinisi namanye ama-stakeholders asingabe sesiyalahla bese sithatha lolu lwazi lwesayensi kuphela. Sizoqinisekisa ukuthi lolu lwazi siyalisebenzisa bazokhumbula nje obakumlaba osokhulu ukuthi okuningi okunye esasikwenza ngesikhathi siyovula ngaphayana sasifake imibono ukuthi nazi izinto okufanele nizenze. So sasikwenza ngokukhulu ukubambisana. Sizokwenza ngokukhulu ukuqinisekisa ukuthi lemqulu enolwazi oluthanda ukuthi lujule noma olunobuchwepheshe obuthile silwenza njengoba uMinister eke washo ukuthi lube lula ngendlela ukuthi abantu bakwazi ukuthi baluzwe balibone ngendlela esingakwazi ukuthi sisebenze ngayo. So sizoyikhanda-ke leya plan le yokuthi sixhumane nalo. Sizophinde futhi siyobheka into yokusebenzisana ney'nhlaka ezahlukahlukene ngoba laphana kuyabonakala ukuthi kufanele sibheke kakhulu into yokubheka nomfula lo umfolozi nomsunduzi ngoba iyona ethelela kakhulu laphayana kwi-estuary yethu. So sizoba ney'nhlaka ezahlukeneyo ukubona ukuthi singakwenza kanjani lokho. I-panel iphinde yarecommend ukuthi kuzofanele ukuthi kube khona ukuhlanzwa noma ukuklina noma ukuqinisekisa ukuthi siyakhipha ukugcola okulaphayana kuma-canals noma kuleya msele. So sizosebenza futhi nalapho kube khona ubuchule obuthile esizobenza ukubheka ukuthi singayenza kanjani leyanto ezogcina isiqinisekise ukuthi lokubambeka noma lokuvaleka kwaleya msele akuqhubeki kwenzeka. Kodwa ushilo kuMinister ukuthi lo yamsebenzi awusekho ngaphansi kwethu njengesimangaliso. Sizodinga umnyango lo wezamanzi kanye nemfucuza ukuthi uqinisekise sisebenzisane nawo ukuze balethe onjiniyela nososayensi babo abavele abagugudile kule mkhakha. Siyobe sisebenzisana nano-UCOSP ikakhulukazi ngoba siyazi ukuthi banolwazi olunzulu ngale yamsele esikhuluma ngayo. Uqinisekise ukuthi ekugcineni siphuma nesisombululo esiphusile laphaya. Sike saba nomhlangano nabakwa-UCOSP, ukhona nobaba uHlongwane, nakulo mhlangano kwavela ukuthi enye isisombululo esizoyithola ezosilungisela le nkinga esibhekane nayo ukuthi kube khona ukuhlanza kwaleya msele, okusho ukuthi uma ubuka le nto esasiyikhuluma ingekho ipanel nale nto enconywa ipanel, sekukhona ukuhlangana okukhona. Yingakho-ke nalo msebenzi sesiwufakile mama Mchunu, ngiyakhumbula ukuthi wawukhona siyikhuluma le ndaba. Kuyavela futhi ukuthi uma ubuka isimangaliso kuzofanele ukuthi naso uma siya lapha kwe-organogram noma kulolu la sifaka khona ukuthi obani abasebenzi esibadingayo, kukhona abasebenzi abanamakhono athile okuzofuna sibakhonside, okusho ukuthi kwibudget yethu uzofuna siyibheke ngonyaka ozayo ukuqinisekisa ukuthi kulo nyaka kodwa silungiselela unyaka ozayo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi lezo yikhundla sikwazi ukusifaka silethe labo bantu abanalo amakhono esiwadingayo. Kukhona le nto okuthiwa kuzofuneka sibuke into okuthiwa i-estuary management plan. Uminisi ukhulume kakhulu ngayo ukuthi iyezwakala ukuthi uma ufunda le report ka-Jeff 5 ithi kufanele uma kungabe kuzobridgwa akungabridgwa. Uma ubuka i-estuary management plan ithi ungawulekelela umlomo kodwa kufanele kube nalama exceptional circumstances, but asiwaboni awachazekile kahle ukuthi athini. Now ile nto kufanele siyibheke uma sesibuka le nto ye-estuary management plan. Uma kuyibuka futhi ithi uma ngabe sivula thina njengesimangaliso kufanele sivulele isizathu esisodwa, kufanele sivulele isizathu sezemvelo. Ipanel ithi kufanele uma sivulele ezemvelo, sivulele abalimi, sivulele izinto nje ezithinta ukuphila kwabantu jikelele, singavuleli isizathu esisodwa kuphela. Le plan esinayo iyashoda ke ngaleyo nto, ingakho le plan imina. Ingakho nathi uma sivule kodwa sibe sigadile ukuthi asivulele ezinye izathu, ngoba ukuba kunjalo ngabe namhlanje ngithola umbiko othi isimangaliso sageja. Kuzofanele ukuthi kumele sikhulumile ngale nto kuthiwa i-catchment. I-catchment ke ile phambili la kwenzeka khona izinto eziningi, kuyalinywa kwenziwa zonke izinto. Kuzofuneka sibuke ukuthi leya ndawo leya mfunda yona sithini, sizoyimanage kanjani, sizoyibheka kanjani. Kuzofuna sibe nohlelo esizolwenza nalapho sizobe sibambisene ne-department le ye-water and sanitation. Yizo zonke-ke lezi zinhlelo sizokhanda futhi nenqubomgomo noma sizokwenza ama-guidelines, indlela zokuthi uma kuvulwa sizovula kanjani. Yonke le nto sizobe siyenza ngokubambisana nani, ikakhulukazi ngoba i-report noma umbiko oqhamuka kuNgoti uthi ukuze leya system ikwazi ukuqhubeka iphile ngendlela okufanele iphile ngayo, sikwamukele ukuthi siphazamisekile, kuyofuneka siyilekelele. So kusho ukuthi khona indlela ozofuneka sivumelane-ke manje ukuthi siyilekelela kanjani ukuze ikwazi ukuthi iphendule imibuzo ethinta ney'mpilo zabantu, hhayi ezemvelo kuphela, kodwa izothinta ezabantu, ithinta ezemvelo, ithinta ezamabhizinisi nakho konke okunye. Sengikhulumile ngendaba ukuthi sizobuyekeza i-MMP, i-management plan yethu sizoyibuyekeza ukuze siqinisekise ukuthi inazo zonke lezi zinto. Sizobuka futhi nezinye iy'ndlela ukuthi iziphi ezinye iy'ndlela esingaphila ngazo uma umlomo uvulekile noma umlomo uvalekile. Sizokhanda-ke futhi ithimba lokuthi sisebenzisane nalo ukubheka izinto ey'fana nalezo. Yizo zonke-ke lezi zinto esizozenza ukuqinisekisa ukuthi leya plan yethu iba yimpumelelo. Kodwa njengoba sengishilo ekuqaleni, ayizokwenziwa isimangaliso kuphela, sizoyenza ngokubambisana nani nonke. Let me take this opportunity to thank you and once again express our gratitude to you, Honorable Minister, and the panel and everyone present here for bearing with us and being with us. It has been a very difficult time, and we are looking forward to a very brighter future working together once again to achieve the objectives that have been clearly outlined, firstly in our symposium, but also in the report or the recommendations of the panel. Ngifisa ukuthi ke ngithathe leli thuba ngibonge kakhulu kini nonke ekuthenini sisebenze ngokubambisana kusukela ekuqaleni kuze kube manje, bese ngisho futhi ukuthi sibheke ngamehlo abomvu ukuthi siqhubeke la sasigcine khona, sibambisane ukuze sigcine siyifezile lezi zinjongo esasivele sinazo ezibonakala ziphakama kakhulu nakumbiko esiwuthola namhlanje la. Sifisa ukuthi ke sibonge kakhulu nokusipha ithuba lokuthi nisibekezelele kuze kube manje niphinde nisilalele kube nathi. Siyabonga.
Thanks, CE, for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for questions, for comments, for compliments from the floor. You would introduce yourself, and if you represent our organization, you can do so, and you'll raise your question. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm really reading up the local community here in St. Lucia, Honourable Minister, and all dignitaries here, colleagues. At the outset, I must thank you for having come this far. Our main idea arriving here today was to say, please incorporate your stakeholders in whatever you do. And we were looking at these 4 scientific committees and teams that were appointed at the symposium. And it consisted of a scientific technical team, legal and policy technical team, financing and partnerships, and then communications. Makes my heart very happy today is that we haven't forgotten where we come from. It is wonderful news, and we sincerely look forward to working with you and also to be of possible help. We have a dearth of scientific knowledge and experience here. Just the one team we put together, the scientific technical team, had over 300 years of experience in these fields. And because they're of a local nature, people tend to underestimate where they all come from. We have such diverse backgrounds, and it's really wonderful that even from the mill, from everywhere, there's a heart support for what we're trying to achieve here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Sanibonani, ngikhuleka emakhosini sizohlala kuminister abaphathi basesiMangaliso ngokwenkundla zethu oza kwethu amakhansela khona. Angisho ukuthi ke ngokuqwabi igama lami wakhansela wakhona la eselilosha. Ngifuna ukuthi ke ngiyathokoza kakhulu ukuthi kuye kwafika kulesi sikhathi la khona uminister sithi masikhala singabahlali noma abahlali bekhaya besondela noma kuthiwa kuthatha isikhathi esingakanani, kodwa siyathokoza ukuthi uyosondela. Kodwa ngikuncane nje engikubukayo nengufuna ukuthi ngikuphathise ukuthi konke lokhu ingqumeni kuma-recommendation ithi uye kwafika ngabo ngibuka ukuthi kuye kwaba imvelo kakhulu kwabhelalana, angazi noma ngizwe kahle, kwabukeka ngibona abenza ukuthi uthathe isinqumo sokuthi umlomo ugcine uvulekile. Siyakujabulela ukuthi umlomo ugcine uvulekile, noma uthathe isinqumo sokuthi begcine bevulekile ngenxa yembandela ukuthi imvelo ethinta ofisi kufanele yenze okwayo ngendlela yakhona. Kodwa ngiphatheka kabi ukuthi thina singabahlali noma abantu singabahlali bala noma sithinta singabantwana angikusho nje lokho kusala
Basically, he was greeting everyone and the minister as well. He's saying he's very thankful that the minister has made up time to come and see the residents of this area. His name is Mr. Kwabe. He is a ward councillor of this area, St. Lucia as well. He said he wants to emphasize that what touches the community the most is that it appears as though the management of the Lake St. Lucia prioritizes ecological side of things over people. So he just wants to say that as much as he is very grateful that the minister and everyone has come, it doesn't matter how long it took, but the reality is that you are here today and he's very thankful of that. I would also like to extend to yourself, Minister, that the recommendations that you spoke of, you must not only hear that this is what is going to happen, but please do a follow-up of whether it is being done, or if it is done in the right way, and is it done in time.
Siyakholelwa ekutheni umuntu angabe uyamhlabisa manje ngey'tshalo esiy'tshala singamanye mhlawumbe ngakuphatha umhlokozo nje kabhanana kodwa-ke ngenxa yokuthi-ke amanzi ayawuthatha ubhanana awumosha namadumba ayawabolisa akukho esingamnika khona kodwa besicela ukuthi mhla ebuya ngoba naye vele akukho kuphethe njengamanje ezithwathwe zikhukhula zimvula lezi zakamuva zishaye kakhulu la iwadwazi abantu basuke emanzini nokudla kwabo futhi ayikho into esingayenza kodwa besicela isicelo lesisodwa nje usimangalise sicela ukuthi usicelele nakuye babukhosini nakuwe mama ubaba besicela nje ukuthi laba abantu laba balapha thina singabahlali bala asinawo amanzi besicela nje isinikelela nje nemali yokuthi senze amabhoholi ukuthi sithole amanzi njalo la kakhulu edubudu siyazi ukuthi uyachaza isimangaliso nani amanzi nje nanamakreshi siyothokoza umama nisenzele njalo amadwana ngawadula amabhoholi ngoba amanzi asheshatholakala la esemini siyathokoza kakhulu.
Minister, we as Zulus, it is our culture that when we have an important visitor coming to us, we do give the visitor gifts. We were going to give you some bananas and madumbes, but unfortunately our fields are inundated with water, so we can't give you anything. But lastly, what I would like to request is that here at Ward 1, where I'm coming from, we have a problem of water, and I'm sending this request to yourself and the CEO of Isimangalusa that if you can assist us with the drilling of boreholes in Tumutuga area. It will not cost so much because the water table is very close, so you will easily get into the water table. That will be my submission to both of you.
Mqondisi wohlelo umuntu angathokoze ukuthola ithuba ikhuleke kuzo zonke inhloko ezikhona zomnyango eziphakathi kwethu ngokwehlukana kwazo ikhuleke emakhosini esinawo phakathi kwethu amakhansela akhona izinhlaka zonke zomphakathi sanibonana. Igama lami ke ngumzonjane ngwakwagumede ngisakhamuzi sala idukuduku ngiphuma phansi komnyango wakwampukunyoni wobukhosi ngisebenza nenkosi yakwampukunyoni. Ngifisa ukuqala ngokudlulisa ukuthokoza okukhulu umuntu sesinesikhathi eside kusukela ku-2016 kuza manje sinokushudu nokudonsisana nokubukana kanzima nosimangaliso ukuthi usibulalela ukudla kwethu emasimini. Ngidlulisa baba ngesilungu.
Zonjani Kumete. I'm from Tugutugu area under the Wapuyuni Traditional Council. I want to say, Minister, it has been a while since 2016. There has been conflict between Isimangalusa and the community over our fields being inundated with water. Ngifisa ukubonga kakhulu amagama akagcina ngenza kuwe lokusho newethu umhlonishwa ukhansela oqwabo. Kodwa ngifisa ukubonga kakhulu okudluliswa umphathi wesimangaliso lakithi ubaba ubukhosini ukuthi sekwahlangana nanoyukhop for ukulekelela ukuvula imisele elimaza ukudla kwabasekwa abalimi baseDukuduku. So ke abalimi baseDukuduku nababasokhulu ngathi nje indawo lephesheya basokhulu shabakomthethwa behlisa lapho sibuye ngaphazamiseni. Wonke umuntu oyisakhamuzi ngiyacela mfowethu my sister, every time you know,
but then it's still, yeah. I'm trying to see about the team. Yeah. Please.
Minister, abantu abalawo mpunyoni nabantu abamasuku iningi labantu abadla ubhanana nabaphila nobhanana bawuthola lakithi eDukuduku. Ayikho indawo enemfunda njengendawo yaseDukuduku ukhipha idumbe ukhipha ubhanana. Inkinga esinayo sibe nenkinga enkulu sikula 2016 uvale kalona umculo wechweba. So ke okuzosilekelela kakhulu ukuthi ibe khona lolu hlela kaMshowe babukhosini lokusebenzisana nalezi indlela eziwaziyo uklina umlomo wechweba amanzi engahlali isikhathi eside abanaraze imfunda la silima khona la sikwazi ukuthola khona ukuphila. Abantu baseDukuduku akukho la basebenza khona minister ngaphandle kokuthi baphile emasimini ngokulima. So ngokuma sibelwa ile yandawo yasemasimini kwenza ukuthi ukuxhumana kungabi kahle kithi phakathi kukasimangaliso abezemvelo nathi somphakathi osakhele ndaweni. Siyafisa ukuthi uma kwenziwa lezi siyafisa ukuthi uma kwenziwa siyafisa ukuthi uma kwenziwa lezi inhlelo zenziwe lezi inhlelo sibambele sisonke ngoba uma ngakusho nje kancane size sisukume kube imnanithi okunye noma ngikhona ipanel kube inkomo ipanel kade ngomama ihamba yaze ukufika ngisho ngithi ikhosini wakwamkhulu bisukunywa kwaphambi kwenu ukuthi ihlompilo umkhosi okhona kule ndawo bazokufika ukuna bendawo yesipilo sabantu abalime emasimini. Angifisi-ke ukuyishalazela sikhulume kalula ngoba bisiyenza ukuthi ukusebenza kukasimangaliso kwezemvelo nomphakathi zikwenza zikuzokhona. Ukuba landlela abantu sebeze baphula ngisho umthetho kube bazokhula beye phambili sivulelena amacala ngisosina ngenxa yokuthi sinyalelwe ukudla akusekho la siphila khona zonke indawo eseduze ezokugcina kwemvelo asisukume siye kuzo siyokulima kuzo kuliqalwe mshintsho zezikhiwo kwenze konke bese siye ngakhona ukuvala sibone ukuthi lapho sosayensi lapha abasimethathela iy'nqumo siwumphakathi waseDukuduku bengahlalela lapho ekhona ungavumi noma echweba filled by water and the closure of the mouth and the back flooding as well. It causes this problem. But what I want to give you an assurance of, Minister, is that if we address this problem, please. But what I want to say is that the frustration that came as a result of the flooding and inundation has led to people going into Futululu and breaking the fence, invading the area. And in fact, as we are here, we've opened cases for each other in court. It's as a result of this. If we can resolve the issue of farm inundation of water, we'll never have any problems. And the continuous engagement between Isimangalusa and the community and the stakeholders in general is going to assist in resolving these problems. Thank you.
Ngibingelela ungqongqoshe namakhosonke neyinduna namakhansela bonke abakhona kulo mbuthano.
Just want to greet everyone, Minister, all our Makosi presence, the councillors, and everyone who's here in this room.
Ngibonga ukuthola leli thuba ukuthi namhla sibe la ngingakhohlwa ukubonga ungqongqoshe njengoba sekuphawuleka ukuthi ngingomunye wenza incwadi emveni kwepanela. Ipanel isifikile ngomunye wenza incwadi yokugcizelela ukuthi lolu daba akalubheke ngamehlo abanzi kuphuthume ngoba sekunesikhathi eside.
I thank your presence, Minister. I want to say that I'm one of the people who wrote a letter to yourself after the panel of experts had visited us, emphasizing the urgency of this matter and requesting you to take this matter very serious and prioritize resolving it.
Lokhu sasebenziswa incindezi ukusukela ngomhla ngo-2015 singenelwa ngamanzi singakwazi ukulima okwaze kwasiholela ukuthi ngo-2018 saba nenhlabaluhide eyibheke emahhovisi kaSimangaliso.
Bakunobasikhohle ukwethula uzozethula kwamsazethula.
Petros Mlaba lo usihlalo wekomiti yabalimi bakwaSokhulu.
Yes, I was reminding him that he did not introduce himself, and he says he's Mr. Mlaba. I'm not going to say his name. He's the chairperson of the Sokhulu Farmers Association. But what he was saying is that he's saying this matter dates back to 2015 when him and the community from Sokhulu had a legal march to Isimangalusa, and they had a letter that was received by the then Deputy Mayor of Mtuba municipality, which was to go to the then Minister, the late Honorable Molewa.
Ngenxa yokuthi lesi simo sesihlukumeze kakhulu kwezomnotho, ezemfundo, ezokuthutha, ezokuvakasha ngale kwaSokhulu kwasibiza ukuthi size sizokhononda ngenhlabaluhide.
Because the situation that we're under, we had realized that it was impacting us educationally, socially, economically, and even on our transport system. It compelled us to come to march to Isimangalusa offices.
Njengamanje akukuningi engifisa ukukusho. Ngibonga kakhulu amazwi esimo zokungqongqoshe nabo umama uNgcobo ukhona ipanela nabo babumthosi yinye into ebengiyicela. Sengathi lolu hlaka abakhuluma ngathi abakhiwe njengoba usukela ubalo usuka ku-2015 kuza ku-2022 isizwe sakwaSokhulu nesizwe sakwampukunyoni sasedukuduku sifile. Bengicela ukuthi mina namhlanje kuphume izwi ukuthi uqala nini ngoba mawubuka iminyaka sifana nabantu abafile njengoba sikhona. Bengicela ukuthi namhla siphume nayo mhlawumbe ukuthi lolu hlelo athi luzosukuma kube into ezothatha mhlawumbe inyanga ezizayo ezisihlanu ezizayo. Kodwa siphume nezwi namhlanje ukuthi uqalwa nini ukuze itholakala ukuthi lesizwe sesifike kangaka kuqedwa nini. Ngiyabonga.
I'm not going to say much before you, Minister, but all I'm rising to say is to request that the action plan that Mr. Bukosini had presented and the presentation of Mamungobo, all I want to hear is when this action plan implementation is starting. I just want to know when are we starting the implementation, Because I'm not expecting this implementation plan to start its life in the next 5 months or so. It should be, we must have a decision today of when is this action plan going to start being implemented.
Angibingelele umqondisi wohlelo bese ngibingelela ungqongqoshe wethu amakhosi ngikhuleke ebukhosini obukhona la ngaphakathi ube ubaba osibhekelela isibangaliso umuntu akabingelele bese kuba abaholi nje bonke abakhona mhlawumbe akanibingelele nonke enikhona la ngaphakathi umuntu sanibonani igama lami ngomkhawuleni wakwaZulu o-ward councillor khona la eduzane nje la edudu before bengu-ward councillor konke nakhona la sengiyi-second term mhlawumbe-ke umuntu akakuveza ukuthi okokuqala akabonga ukuthi uyibona uvela kulosomqulu kade ngiyibuka nje ngikhona la mhlawumbe umphakathi ungathi masuphuma uthi hhayi ungageba usidayisayo simbonile kodwa ngikahle ngoba ngingalapha esifisa khona ukuthi kuvuleke khona.
Maybe I must greet and observe all the protocol here, but most importantly to the minister and Inkosi Utembe and other Amakos that are in our midst. My name is Nkawuleni Zulu, the ward councillor of Tugutugu. Previously I was a ward councillor here, now I'm there, it's now my second term. I must firstly thank the panel of experts because I saw myself in this report. So I'm here and I must stand up and say something because I don't want the community to say I'm a traitor, but fortunately I'm on the right side.
Okay, so benifisa ukuthi mhlawumbe umuntu akabonge kumamncoko wafika even ewadini sayisambizela isho umhlangano wazohlangana nomama wathi ukuthunywa kwakhe uzokufeza angeke ahlale nakho mhlawumbe umuntu ngifisa ukuthi sibonge lokhu ukuthi kunabaholi abathi babezokwenza izinto kubantu nethimba lakhe ayihamba nalo ekugcineni namhlanje sibiziwe sizotshelwa lokhu abone isimo okwakuyiso ngicabanga ukuthi kwakhala amadoda emizi futhi abanabakoti ngabathathu nabafelokazi abebekade bephila lapha ezathi sicela ukubonga kakhulu mama ukuthi kwafika ungqongqoshe njengoba wawushilo ukuthi uyokwenza
I must thank especially Mrs. Ngobo for the fact that she came to I call the community. She came with her colleagues that she was with at the time. We showed her where we have a problem, and she saw leaders of families, people who've got about 3 wives, and he saw widows crying because of the situation. So he is very grateful that that message has reached the minister, and now that today, that meeting that they had at Tugutugu has resulted into this meeting where the report that was being gathered at the time was being combined.
Minister bengifisa ukucela ungqongqoshe wethu ukuthi ngoba siyabona ungqongqoshe ozayo kithi njengomphakathi ukuthi mangingasenzela indlela yokuthi ube nokuthi kungavuleka mhlambe nini la isasikade sicele khona ngicabanga ukuthi umama wabona sasihamba naye ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi ngoba sikubona la kusho ukuthi ukwareport njengoba kunjalo ukuthi ngaba okay noma okanye akube seduze ukuvuleka kwalapha ukuze le yamphakathi bese iyasizakala bese umuntu mhlambe okugcina besethi usimangaliso siyacela ukuthi isimangaliso uma thina njengabantu abakhele isiqini sakho sikubuka njengesitha kithi nawe mawubona thina usibona njengabantu abazongena beyothatha inyamazane zakho secishe sifane nezitha futhi kuwena besacela ukuthi usimangaliso baba ubukhosini ukhanda ama-program baba lokhu ngikusho ngokuthi ngihlala nabantu hlezi ngiyareportela ngifisa ukuthi baba ubukhosini mhlawumbe bangakhanda ama-programs akho aya emphakathini ukuze thina njengomphakathi sibone njengomuntu ongesona isitha kuthina njengomphakathi izinto ezinhle oyithula la eziwa yithi mhlawumbe ngama-program ongawakha uyowenza emawadini ethu mhlawumbe lokho kungakhanda ukuthi sigcine sibone ukuthi akufanelekanga kufe ukudla kwethu kanti masukuchaza bakuphosini nawe nencwadi yososayensi uthe uyavula bakufakela incwadi kanti mawuza njengekhansela safuna ukuvotela lokho kuyosisiza bakuphosini ukuthi inkinga zethu siyibeke eduze kwakho sikwazi sigcine sivulelekile noma okanye siphilile nawe ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Minister, I'm not sure if you want to take questions from that row again. But what Mr. Zulu is saying, his name is Mkarele Zulu, like I said earlier. He's saying what he would like to hear is that when are we going to open the mouth? And I'm trying to translate, Minister, not interpret. I'm not going to say what I think he wanted to say, but I'll just say what he said. So he's asking when are we going to open, and he's also requesting Mr. Mkosini to come up with programs that are going to be alternative livelihood for some other people, and people who are in the community who have got nothing else to do will be benefiting from these programs. And he's saying something that I'm not sure, Minister, you want to hear, that he must act like a councillor. I'm not sure if an official should do that. But he's saying he must act like a councillor who still want to be voted in by being in front of the people all the time. And he's saying this with conviction because he's a councillor himself, so he's not scared of saying this. He's always in front of the people.
Sanbona ngibingelela wonke amalunga alapha phakathi kwethu lo bingelelayo ukuba kuthiwa nje kuyenzeka befana ngiqala ngiyibonga uMsimasi ukuthi ubani.
I want to greet everyone. My name is, but he's also saying, in fact, if he had time, he was going to start by saying his praises before his name. But I think in the interest of time, he won't do that, Minister.
Bahlali bakithi ngiyabonga kakhulu basihlangane. Minister, noma ngizothi Minister kefana nje bonke ngishaya isizulu nje. Minister, siyabonga ukufika kwakho phakathi kwethu. Noma sithole sekulate kodwa sasisizwe ukuthi ingathi ukhona umuntu ofikile uzolalela ikhala zethu. Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi ngusithole mina igama lami ngintokozo. Ngumhlali walapha eDukuduku. Minister, sinenkinga enkulu. Usimangaliso sibambisene. Ngizophuma nje bese ngiqonde nje. Ngizolokhu ngisho nje.
Minister, my name is Ndozo Zitole. I just want to present to you that we have a very big problem. We are not working well with Ndozo Zitole, sorry. He said, I must say we have a problem. We're not working very well with Isimangalusa.
Njengoba sihlezi lapha usimangaliso sakhelene naye njengomphakathi. Usimangaliso asimazi thina umphakathi. Uma sinamazi usimangaliso emphakathini kodwa into esiyitholayo sithola ukuthi usimangaliso ulwa nabantu abamnyama engaged ukuthi bazama ukuyiphilisa asifuni ukuthola kodwa sifuna ukuyiphilisa ngezandla zethu.
We don't know Ismailiso here as a community. All we know is that Ismailiso is fighting with black people.
So, Masibonge nabantu abamnyama. Ngicela ukwazisa Minister, khona indawo esePhuthulula. Omama abano 60 years, 70 years, bangena udake ngigcina ngabo. Bezama ukusika incema bayoluka amacansi indene bese usimangaliso uyababopha abavalele. Abanye bangena ngapha bathi badobo fishi, ababambe abanye babulawe, abanye bashawe, abanye beduka singabatholi discount.
I have an example of old women as old as 60 who would go as deep as this in the mud trying to get nema and any other type of grass, who gets arrested by Ismailiso. Some of them would be going fishing and they will be arrested. Sometimes others will be killed, others they will disappear and we won't know where they've gone.
Minister. Besicela ukuthi usimangaliso abe neqiniso thina. From 2016 2015 ukuvala lapha na asidlula ukuthi mina sasebenzi. Lapha kunabelungu balapha eMosi. Baqasha abafowethu udadewethu bayasebenza. Usimangaliso uvale imvula. Kulabantu abaningi badiliziwe abangasebenzi abekade besebenza besiza ukuthi belethe plastic nesikwa izingane zikwazi ukudla kusenzeni.
Okay, we
siyingxenye yemvelo.
The other thing I'm going to say is that in the area where we are residing, we are now overcrowded. We want more space, and we will ask government not to prioritize animals over us.
Siyacela ukuthi ngisize minister njengoba ufikile ukhona la. Thina umphakathi wala idududu. Siyacela ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi nje from 2016 kuze kube namhlanje silambile, and mase silambile singayidala disaster noma ngayini singayidestroy because silambile isizwe asisebenzi. Sicela usimangaliso angasivimbi ukuyodoba ufish, usimangaliso angasivimbi ukuthi sithole indawo zokulima, usimangaliso angasivimbi ukuthi sithole indawo zokwakha nezingane zethu siwumphakathi. Ngiyacela lokho kakhulu ngoba kusheshisa indawo yokuvula komlomo lapho uma umlomo ungavuleki lapha kuningi usazoqhubeka konakala futhi lapha imfuthululo siyayidinga because silambile ayindawo yokulima asanele sonke la ukudla kwathi bole khona sonke asanele so sidinga enye indawo sokwazi ukuthi sikwazi ukuqhubeka izingane zethu silimele khona siphila because I don't have campaign this side. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, he's saying, he's requesting that because there's overcrowding and there are no areas for farming, he's requesting that Isimangalusa should not stop them from going into areas that have got no people now for farming purposes or for building homes with their kids.
Angibingelele kuzona zonke izikhulu zethu elapha phambili etafuleni khulu isithoba ngibingelele minister ngibingelele Nkosini also science nenkosi yakithi Matembe umthembu wemina khuluma mfundisi umthembu we Land Holding Trust. Ngicela ukudlulisa nje umbawana ukubonga ngibongele umphakathi waseDukuduku ngalokho kuhle okuzokwenzeka ukuthi uvuleke umlomo wechweba.
My name is Reverend Mtembo. I'm from Dukuduku. He greeted all the protocol that we have. But what I want to raise is that I want to thank or to be thankful for my community for what is going to happen, that the mouth is now going to be opened.
Yes. Kodwa ke besicela ukuthi njengokuba olukhuzane abanye abafundi beke baphawula sicela ukuthi konke kwenzeke kube ne time frame. Ngoba uma ingeke i time frame kuyinto ongayazi ngoba ngathiwa ichweba lizovula amele uzovula umlomo uthola ukuthi uzovula emva kwenyanga mhlawumbe ezo6 emva konyaka but sathi kuzovula. So siyacela ukuthi kube khona i time frame ukuthi njengoba siphuma la and then ngenyanga ethize definitely kuyavula. And then ukuze umphakathi ngobulambile mina siyaxhumana nomphakathi kunomama owake ngahlangana inhliziyo yami yababuhlungu ngitshela ukuthi udlelwe imoto ngenxa yokuthi ukudla kwakhe kungaphansi kwamanzi and akasakwazi ukuphila imoto yakhe beyithengile something to 300,000 and then bene installment ebekhokhela every month manje ngenxa ukuthi ukudla kwakhe sekungaphansi kwamanzi sekubona yonke into uphila ngakho kuyidayisa akudayisa. So siyayicela i time frame ngoba kuyonakala nasemphakathini kakhulu emakhaya.
I would request that we have time frames in our plans of when what is going to happen. And I want to make an example of one woman I met who said she has had her vehicle repossessed. The value of the vehicle was around 300,000. And this is as a result of his produce or her produce being inundated with water. Now she couldn't sell, so she couldn't pay for the vehicle itself. So that's why I emphasize more on the time frames of whatever we are planning to do.
Yes, okugcina ke bese ngicela lapho ukuthi njengoba sine flood plain ezakalayo ngale ezansi kunama crocodiles aphumayo asebonakele ngale kathina lokuthi kube nendlela ukuthi umphakathi wakithi awuphephile ngoba ingane zibhukuda khona izolo nje besikhona nomunye umfowethu oyintatheli ehamba eshuthi ithombe and then basho bathi kunengwenya ehambayo la so manje ingane zibhukuda khona ngama-fridge akuphephile nje kakhulu njengoba kunale lokuzana kuna le flood plain mhlawumbe masingayenza iprogram yokuthi ukwazi ukuthi angazi ukuthi singenza kanjani but kube khona indlela yokuthi uphephe nalezi ngwenya eziphuma ngala kube khona indlela yokuthi zingakwazi ukuthi zilimaze abantu ngikusho kahle lokho before ingwenya ilimaza abantu ngoba mase zibalimazile abantu sekumele sivule icala ngoba sikusho kungakenzeki siyacela ukuthi kube khona indlela yokucontroleka ngayo siyabonga.
The other thing I'm requesting is that there must be a program that will look at trying to get the crocodiles that are now at Sonelisha Tugutugu area at the floodplain. Okay. So the crocodiles at the floodplain, we must try and get rid of them. Yesterday or a few days ago, I was with a journalist who was looking at this, and I'm saying this before anything could happen because kids are swimming there. They're swimming. I'm fully to take up a fridge. I'm sorry about
They use old fridge.
Oh, to float. Oh, thank you. Minister, I was totally confused. I just couldn't, when he's saying children are using fridges to swim, I just couldn't get that. So he's saying, I want to say this way before any incident happens, because once the incident happens, we'll have to open a criminal case because we've reported this. No, thanks, I was confused.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ithola ithuba ngibingelele ku program director mina ngingumama umhlongo wakaSokhulu kakhulu ngibingelele uminister wethu khona phakathi kwethu umama uthandisa sithandizama usihlalo webhodi nababa ukhosini amane nje ngithi all protocol observed because isikhathi is against us so ngisukuma I'm covered empeleni 3 abantu abasukuma bakhuluma indaba yokuthi nini implementation inini ilokho sifuna ukuthola isiqiniseko sakho ngemina engifuna ukuthi ngisukuma le nto yokuthi umhlonishwa uminister wakhuluma indaba ukuthi iprocess iyonke sadinga ukuthi engage eminye iminyango ngibona le so angazi noma izobe iqhubeka indaba ukuthi ku-implement while sikuhlalwe naleli minyango edingakala ukuthi nayithathe ibambe iqhaza kulolu hlelo yini ingathathwa lokho uqala lokho okwesibili okwesibili ile ukuthi i-report ka-Jack 5 khona la i-highlight khona ukuthi ma-minister ukuthi kakhulu i-focus kwe-environment then mhlawumbe abantu aba-around indawo lezi ezingamapaki ngiyafisa ukuthi mhlawumbe sizongena nini ukuthi nathi-ke isiwonge noma is-accommodate as abantu abakhile around izindawo ezinjani ezinani ezinezemvelo ezisensitive kakhulukazi okokugcina-ke yile yokuthi umlomo uzovulwa kodwa manje khona lovula-vala system uzokwenziwa ndlelani ngoba ngesikhathi omonithe uvala la liyana phezulu umsunduzi yagcwala amanzi aphinda kuyele emva futhi ayobulala ukudla kwabantu ngifuna lovula-vala ukuthi uzokwenziwa ndlelani.
Firstly, I want to be on the issue of the action plan that like any other speakers who spoke before me, that when are we going to do it? And secondly, I want to understand that the engagement with other departments that are affected, is it going to be parallel to the implementation of the plan, or it will be the engagement of other departments before the actual implementation? And lastly, I want to check how are we going to deal with this opening and closing of the system, because it might be open today
Ngibingelela umhlangano. Ngibingelela itafula. Ngokwemidlazalo ngibingelela abafowethu, amakhansela ethu, abafowethu nodadewethu. Okhulumayo uMamdlamini ose-Ward 1 khona eDukuduku. Izwile kakhulu Masibonge ungqongqoshe wethu okhona phakathi kwethu ozozwa izikhalo zethu. Ngizwile ekhuluma kakhulu ngokuthi yonke into ebikwa ngumphakathi noma izikhalo zomphakathi uyayithatha uyitholile. Abantu ukuthi kunesikhathi lapho ayithole khona futhi isikhathi siside wayithola. Ngokujabula kwami ngena kule bengitshela ukuthi ungqongqoshe uzositshela ukuthi namhlanje sesikwenzile konke kusukela ekuqaleni nibeke izikhalo zenu ngendlela ebenikhala ngayo. Namhlanje sizothi u1 no2 no3 wenzeka ngelanga eliwukuthi. Siwumphakathi sikhathazeke kakhulu-ke thina esikhulele egejeni okwangempela ngoba sikhuliswe igeja. Mina nje ngazi ukuthi ithi impilo yami isegejeni ngoba namanje mangake ngongqongqoze emnyangweni ngiphethe iCV yami bazofike bebe ukuthi uzalwe ngo-1984 ugogo lo. Kodwa mangibheka mina usibiya mina ngamqhuqula amandla ngendlela enginawo ngayo angisana. Kodwa mangifike emnyangweni kuthiwa ini ngina 38 sengugogo amandla okusebenza angisenawo. Kubuhlungu kakhulu ngoba lapha kade ngiphila khona uke wakhuluma ngemoto umfowethu ukuthi khona uma ngodlela imoto ngikanye kulolo hlelo nami nginefenisha lapha endlini noma imali isezikhukhula kodwa nginayo ongangokuthi njengamanje sengina 3 months ngayikhokheli ingalandwa ngicashe ngesithupha ngiphila ngokuyidayisela abantu ngazizwe nelisha ingalandwa noma nini. Into ebuhlungu akumina ngedwa futhi siphila ngokulima lapha eDukuduku asisebenzi most yethu. Isimangaliso njengomfowethu osakhele njengesihlobo sethu bekumele uma ngabe ngempela usibona isimo esinjeya iy'thombe nekube kudala kusukela 2015 njengoba besho abafowethu bekumele bangabe ngempela unothando nabafowenu uhleli nabo owakhele endaweni yabo ocele ukuphila endaweni yabo uphila nathi angithi iy'lwane leziya ezakho thina kodwa singabantu abaphila nawe endaweni yethu sifica kuyona. Bekumele uma ubona isimo esinjeya ucabanga ukuthi uma ungake nje Mr. Kwentathu inyanga ey'ntathu ungaholi unganjani inhliziyo yakho ungenza njani ney'ngane zakho thina uma singasebenzi ke siphile emasimini angazi iminyaka emingaka singadli silokhu sicoshela sihambe sibamba amadodana ukuthi sithini ngalezi ngane kungasithiwe ingane ngizondala enye ifunda umatric kumele ihambe iyele angibeke lutho kulo nyaka kusukela nje angibekanga lutho angazi kungangithini ngoba ngiyeminyaka ngithumba isalukazi mangithi ngebhedeni kugcwele amanzi njengoba ubukhosini kade funa ukuba ubona ngapha kugcwele amanzi kube nendlela yokusiza phela abantu ukuze ungumngane wethu ushilo umfethu lapha wena sibuka njengesiko impela sibuka njengosathane kithi ngoba usondelana silingelelwa amanzi kuyimanje agcweleke ukuthi ofishing ngisho eduze kwezinto silambile hayi ukuthi silambe ngoba sichazele ukuthi asinalo silambe okwangempela ungaye emakhabetheni amanzi wawona angenele lamanzi akho nofishi bakho bemvelo ngapha asisebenzi asazi ufuna sithathe ini siyikube na njengoba siyicelelane besicela ukuthi babukhosini engathi ungakwenza njengoba uhulumeni etatazelele iy'khukhula noma-ke ungqongqoshe wethu asitatazelele nathi ngoba siyiDukuduku sibona sengathi asinakiwe okwangempela futhi asinakiwe vele kodwa futhi uma kuyabheka izinto ey'ningi iphuma la eDukuduku ubhala luphuma la yonke into engamaveji iphuma la eDukuduku ngeke uye kasomkhele laphana uthi uzofika uthole into enhle ngempela ey'veji ephatheka indaba ila eDukuduku kodwa yibo futhi laba abanganakiwe ngisho iy'lunekhu kuphela ey'lunile zila eDukuduku simangalisa la ithola le y'qiwile ey'semakhaya zizacile bangicabanga ngey'none njengezala ngoba indaba ila ngiphinde futhi ngize lapha ekuthenini usimangaliso yena mpe simthembile kakhulu endaweni njengomuntu osomabhizinisi onamandla. Simangaliso wethu size sesizoba ukukhansela uzulu lapha eDukuduku siney'ngane ey'fundayo laphaya esiyikusasa lakho nawe njengoba ula eDukuduku leziya ngane zihamba ngenyawo zibhoxa inhlabathi fice esikoleni ingane inhlabathi igcwele iy'cathulo umgwaqo awukho. Simangaliso asisiboni into esenzeleyo njengoba ecala amabhohozi nje ithina wona siyawacala yebo kodwa ngeke sisuthise ngoba silambe umgwaqo ingane ihamba ehlabathini kuyimanje ukuthi iguguleka kunemsaha kuhamba imoto ngisho imoto zey'tafu siyajikeleza sesifile ukukhokha imali uma ngabe ngempela abantu awuhebe eduze kwabo unothando nabo ngiyena phela emphakathini ube ukuthi nongasiza ngayo ngabe siyakuthanda Simangaliso mina nje ngumamdlamini angingakuthandi uyindlu yakithi phela emnyama Simangaliso ufuna ngabe kubambisene nathi mina ngijabulile ukubona umncane kanje inqondo yashesha nyamaza mpela sisize hayi ukuthi kumele kudeni phela ngoba lapho setafuleni silambe okwangempela emathunjini sicela ukuthi-ke nisinike idate ukuthi njengamanje ningenelelane
least. I will try. Is saying her biggest issue is that she's hearing all this. She was expecting that if the minister received the problems of Dugu people a long time ago, maybe she was coming with solutions today. But she understands we are here now. All she wants to say is that all she knows is farming. She only knows farming. Now, if the farms are inundated and she can't go and farm, she'll be hungry in the stomach. Not only her, but everyone that she farms with. She's 38 this year. If she was to take her own CV to go look for a job in any department, they will tell her that you are very old. But all she knows is that she's got power. She made a joke that she can even lift herself, but it was more on the fact that she relies on her own hands to survive. And she is saying, she is requesting Babu Kosini, but basically Isimangalusa, to come closer to when she was making an example about the councillor who was here requesting boreholes, that as she was requesting boreholes, they have a problem with roads as well, because after the rains, there's been so much erosion. The staff cars for kids that are going to school are now going long ways, and it means more money out of their pocket. And she's referring to the story that was shared by Reverend Temple now of the woman who's getting her vehicle repossessed, that she believes she's in the same situation because she has furniture in her house, wet as it is after the floods, but she hasn't paid for the furniture for 3 months. So anytime the furniture can be fetched. And she's saying she believes that if there is water here because of Isimangalusa's water and fish, Isimangalusa should be giving communities food parcels in the meantime before the water issue is being cleared. So she's just stressing the frustrations that the farmers are having, specifically herself and those that have no other option other than to farm in the floodplains. This to me, if calling libalele ngamahlono phansi ukuthi ushiye ukuthi nokuthi mphathi wohlelo ngibingelele uMinister and all protocol observed. Akesibonge leli thuba ukuthi sibe sihlangane sibona ubuholi qhamuka emnyangweni noMinister wethu ekhona phakathi lendawo. Oqala nje sibonga ukuthi uMinister urecognize kakhulu ukuthi ubuholi umbono noma wendabuko noma ulwazi lwendabuko alungashiyi konke okwenziwayo. Minister, I'm Mr. Ngubane from Kosi Bay. What I would like to start by saying is that I really appreciate the fact that you are making an emphasis on indigenous knowledge, that in everything that is being done by Isimangalusa, the indigenous knowledge should not be left out. Number two, akesibonga kumphathi weSimangalusiwe uMnumzane Mkhosini ukuthi okokuqala ukwazile ukuthi ngaphansi kohlelo lwa-small scale fishers ahlanganise bonke abadobi abangaphansi bangakule area ukuthi sizokhuluma iy'ndaba ezithinta amadobi ikakhulukazi ey'nkingeni ezikhungathe kule area along the coast along the MPA ekhona kule ndawo. I must also be thankful to Mr. Kosini that he has been able to call regular meetings with the small-scale fishermen to discuss issues that are affecting fishermen who are within the Isimangalusa Marine Protected Area. And sifisa ukusho ukuthi-ke siyacela kuNgqongqoshe ukuthi lokhu akuqalile kuMinister ukuthi lokhu akuqalile akube yinto ukuthi uzomsupport because sikunothile sakubona futhi ukuthi ziningi iy'nkinga ezithinta abadobi kule ndawo. We are then submitting to yourself, Minister, that what Mr. Kosini has started with respect to small-scale fisher, you're going to support him in continuing with it because we've realized that it helps in resolving our issues. Sibonga kakhulu thina singabadobi ukuthi umlomo uvuleke ngoba lokhu kusho ukuthi abafowethu nodadewethu bokuthola ukudla etafuleni. We are very thankful as fishermen that the mouth has opened because what it means is that now our brothers and sisters are going to have food on the table. Esingacela kuMinister
Minister ukuthi ke njengoba ukuvula kwechweba komlomo kusho ukuthi abafowethu bayophila kube nokudla okuningi. Singacela ukuthi uMinister ethi ukunyakazisa ukuhamba implementa small scale policy ngoba sibuka ngathi ihamba ngokonwabo. Uma uMinister angakwazi ukuseparate ikwazi ukuthi isheshe ukuze abafowethu aba-register ama-cooperatives bakwazi ukuzuza okwamanje bazuze lutho.
We are then submitting to yourself, Minister, that please, if we can, if you can crack a whip on the implementation of the small-scale fisheries policy, because currently we know that the policy is there, but the implementation of it is not happening, and that is affecting small-scale fisheries adversely.
Sibonga kakhulu ukuthi njalo singabadobi sisibizwe kulomhlangano sibe nezwi nombono nokuphawula kule nkundla yokuxhumana yokuhlangana kanjena sizizwa sithubeke kakhulu siyabonga.
We are very thankful and we are humbled that we were invited to this kind of meeting so that we can also have our contribution as well. We thank you. Yes, I guess I was asking Albie to assist me with that. Can we take the last four? What? Yeah, because I mean, if we can have last four.
Yeah, I noted.
You've noted them. Thank you. Those will be the last, and I will give the minister an opportunity to then respond.
Thank you.
Sicela ukubonga igama lami uNkulunkulu bamdluliswa kwanibela. Siqala nje sibikelela uMinister nazo zonke ihambeli zethu ezikhona. Ngicabanga ukuthi ukuqala mhlambe okumele sikubonge asikubonge babukhosini ukuthi noma inkinga zikhona uyakwazi ukuthi usibize usi-engage ubaleke kithi. Mina ngibona uhlukile ukuthi noma kunzima uhlala ukhona la kithi.
My name is Multi-Stakeholder from Nibela, and firstly I just want to thank the CEO for the fact that even under difficult times you come to us and you provide us opportunity to engage irrespective of the situation.
Okwamncane nje zobumfishane bengifisa ukuthi mhlambe ake sisticke kuma recommendations scientific panel because ngibona ngathi into eyenzakalayo manje we are reinventing the wheels because some of the things esikhuluma la ilezi zinto ezikwi scientific panel ukuthi ake sisticke khona we come up with the timelines sizokwazi ukuya phambili njengamanje soloko sibuyele emuva masiphinde sidiscussa izinto which is within the report. Ngiyabonga.
Mine is very short, that I would request that we stick on the recommendations of the panel of experts, because what I'm realizing is that now we are beginning to reinvent the wheel by saying things that are already in the report. If we can just focus on now the implementation of it. Thank you.
Minister, ukhona konke khona etafuleni ngithi ngiyabingelela. Into engicabanga ngokwami nje umqondo wami enginawo bengithi mhlambe angijabule ngize ngayo ngithi uzoba noMinister namhlanje bengithi lento ekwi-report uqalile ukuyisebenza engakafiki nayo la kuthina ngoba uyasitshela kwi-report ukuthi kunamanye ama-department ofanele engage kwi-report yakhe. So bekufanele mhlambe bese ngalena awathinte lawo ma-department ukube kuza la kuthina sekukhona ukuthi sesivumelene ne-department ethile yayikhomitshe ukuthi siyaqala la ukusebenza ngesikhathi esithile. Lokho kuzosinikeza thina mhlawumbe ukuphefumula kangcono ngoba uma sisuka kanje manje abantu emuva bawusibuza ukuthi nibuya nani.
My submission to you, Minister, is that I was hoping when I came here that you were going to be telling us that you've already engaged the departments that you are making reference to as departments that will have to work with in the implementation of the action plan. Because my biggest challenge is that as we are here, people are going, when we go back home, they're going to ask us, what are you coming back with?
Yeah, ngisho lokho ngoba isimo samanzi lesikhuluma ngaso nomsunduze abinifolozi nomsunduze lokubona ufaka amanzi. Ifolozi lokusikhuluma ayimile ukwaletha amanzi. Kodwa ikwaletha olwandle. Iwaletha emasimini abantu. Ayaqhubeka yakule emasimini. Sizophuma la thina sithi hayi implementation plan ikhona iqala nini asiyazi ithinta ini nani asinakho lokhu kuphathekayo ngaphandle kokuthi sizobafundisa leli document ekwama nominister kodwa kubalulekile ukube nje bathe uma behlangana bebodwa thina ama-directors namanye asho ukuthi cha ngishabe ibudget bayenzile bona kodwa ukuthi yini abaqala ngayo kuze ngabe thina sibonga lokho ukuthi minister ufike nokungcono-ke namhlanje wathi zozothi nansi ibudget esinayo lokwenza u-1 2 3 u-4 no-5 sokwesubona khona umuntu akabonge nje ukuthi imizamo kabukhosini noma Ngcobo mkhulu ekuthenini nominister azafike la ayibuke lento ekhulunywa ngayo ngoba kahle kahle ngempela nje njengoba sihleli la sizophuma nemibuzo sonke sabe sibuzane sibe siqambe namanga la imanga ngaphandle sisho izithembiso ezingekho kubani.
Okay, I'm saying this because Minister, as we are here, the Mfolozi is flowing down. It's bringing water here, but it's not bringing water into the lake. It is bringing water into the people's fields. So my issue is that when we go back to people, we will not be telling them what is to be done now. We'll only be showing them the document. And it was going to be much better had we, at least when we hear, be getting a report that is saying, as much as we cannot do 1, 2, and 3 now, but 4 and 5 and 6, we're going to start implementing because of this amount of budget that we have. Because now what is going to happen is that we'll take this report, we're all going back home, we'll ask each other questions, and some of us will lie in trying to convince other people.
Ngikhulela emakhosini aphakathi kwethu ngikhuleke ngibingelele uminister usikhulu zonke ikhona sanibonani uSiphamanga lo okhulumayo usihlalo wabalimi edukuduku nje yonke ephethe ama-3 sectors okuyidukuduku south okuyizweni elisha okuyikhula village.
All protocol observed. I just want to greet everyone. My name is Pamandla Ntuli. You said sorry, apologies. Pamandla Kumete. I'm the chairperson of the 3 sectors of farmers, Zonilisha, Dugudu, and Kula.
Ngibonge minister engingakusho njengamanje ngisafuna ukwanda ngoba okuningi sebaze bakuthatha konke abafowethu lokade sekuphuma ngibaxolisele bonke hayi ukuthi mhlawumbe sothi la khona ogejile bekuyimbono kungukuthi khona la kugeje khona ukuthi namhlanje sizokhulumisa leyo mqulu esinawo njengamanje hayi ukuthi sizofaka ama-submissions wona people siwuhlabe siwuhlikize noma si-ede la khona si-ede khona kodwa ngibaxolisele ngoba ngiyabona ukuthi kushuthi iyonakala ekuqaleni ukuthi ivuleleke lezi inhlaka ey'hola abantu zingakakhulumi sicishe savaleka ngaphandle ngiyabona.
Last two. What I want to say is that I want to apologize for those who may have seemed to be off-ramping from the subject of the day. It's not because they are wrong, but maybe they are just vetting out their opinions. Maybe also where the issue was is that when the invitation was sent, we should have been told that we are here to discuss the report, and what we need to do is to be critical about the report, either it or have views on it or oppose it, but not to go to other things.
Engakusho ukuthi cha ngiyabonga ipanel isebenzile iwenzile umsebenzi wayo uma ngibuka izinto ezila ziyavela zonke besiyisubmithile ngiyabonga kulokho ukuthi ipanel ikwenzile angikaqedi.
I'm thanking the panel that the panel did its job. When I look at the things that are in the report, it's things that we submitted.
Ngiyafisa ukuthi mhlawumbe minister yabona ipanel ifike la kithi yathi uminister uyalalela noma kanjani uminister uzobuya kithi minister ubuyile kithi uminister olalelayo engifisa ukuthi kwenzeke manje ngifisa uminister osebenzayo uma siphuma la ukuthi lokho sikhuluma la ngoba konke sekukhulumekile angisafisi ukusiqala phansi ekukhulumekile.
When the panel came to us, Minister, they said you are the minister who listens to the people. And indeed, I can see that you listen. We are seeing you now here today. But what I'm going to request from now on is that you are the minister who works.
Uminister uvezi ukuthi usazothinta iy'nhlaka ey'ningi lezi ey'thintaka lapho ekuyangijabulisa kade basangikhala ngithe mangifika la kuyavela ukuthi ngifice mina indlela imvelo ihanjwa kodwa ngakhala ukuthi kanti u-agriculture uphi ngakhala ngo-human settlement ngakhala ngazoke izinhlaka kade kufanele ngabe zikhona uma kusetshenziswa lolu daba kodwa ngathola ukuthi azikho kodwa namhlanje uma kuveza kanje ngiyabona ukuthi khona sibeke khona.
When I came into my position, I realized that many people have been doing their own work respectively. And I'm very happy to hear you, Minister, saying you're going to engage these other departments. Because when I took over my position, I was asking myself, where is the Department of Agriculture? Where is Human Settlement? And where is Land Affairs? Where is Department of Water? But I'm now happy that you will be engaging them, Minister.
Ngizofisa ukuthi isikhathi sithi usishorthelisa njengoba sebeshile understand kunabantu fanele nguveze kunabantu aba-understandayo nabantu abase-patient ngenxa yokuthi esibatshela khona bayakuthatha.
I'm going to take the report back to the people I lead, and I want to give you two categories of people. There are people who understand, but there are also people who are just patient because they are still listening to us.
Kodwa ngokwesaba ukuthi uma ngibuka lapha ngizocela lapha amakadlela uma ngisuka la ukuthi le nto ayabesipresentela yona ungiprint out-ele ngibe nayo ngoma ngibuka lapha kuvela u-2023 August nobani ezinye izinto i-budget ayikho, zero budget.
What I would request, CEO, is that when I leave here, you also trust me with one copy of the implementation plan. Because when I looked at it, there are things that will only happen in August 2023, and in some other activities, there is no budget to implement them.
Minister, bengicela ukuthi ngiyaqonda ukuthi mhlawumbe kufikile nakuwena ukuthi sike sa-apply-a le nto le yama-relief fund ngenxa yezona kusehlakala zesilapha ezansi mhlawumbe kufikile nakwi-report yakho lokho ngoba umqulu uyavela uthi sasikusho konke kufikile kuwena asikaze sithole lutho wathi ugovernment wathi uhulumeni imali ayikho kepha siyaqualifya kodwa imali ayikho.
Minister, I don't know if this has been brought to your attention, but we did submit it, and I think it's in the report as well, that we did apply to the government for the disaster relief fund because of the flooding. But we were told that we do qualify, but there's no funding for it.
Manje-ke nginokwesaba ukuthi laba bantu engiyakubo njengoba belambile if la kuvela o-2023 nobani ngizofike ngithini kubona njengamanje.
I'm scared going back to the people I lead, because if I show them the deadlines of 2023, I'm not sure if they will accept that.
Kodwa-ke ngiyocela ukuthi ngiyakhuleka ekutheni mhlawumbe lento sithi ingebe bikhona indlela esingazama ngazo ukuthi while sisalinde le long term plan kodwa kube kukhona mhlawumbe i-short term plan esiyizamayo ukuthi singahlekise idonseke lamazomela adonseke liba khona i-term ukuthi lokhu kuxoxwayo khona kubheke khona.
I'm just requesting that while we're looking at this long-term planning, we also look at the short-term plan, which would see this water drained from the farms. And at least if people see water being drained from the farms and they're going back to their fields to farm, they will have hope as well.
Ebisengithi angisizukuphakama kodwa sengiphakamiswa ngiyayodwa ngicabanga ukuthi abantu abasengibona sebengaphezu kwa-100 esebekhulumile ungiphakamisile kulungileke lokho. Sesizwile sikhuluma ngosokhulu, sikhuluma ngodubudubu, sisaqhubeka sekuvele omunye wakamdubu ngelanga ukuthunywa undaba ezitha inkosi yakwamphanazi isimo zakwethu khona la ukuthi sizolalela ukuthi babukhosini lokhu ebekade sikhuluma emhlanganweni ebisivalelele kuwona nethimba ethize eliqondene nokuliseka ngokuvuleka komlomo kweyikhonyeni. Lokho-ke siyabonga ukuthi akukho la uphazame khona njengoba silalele silalele lento okuyiyona yona oyiphendulile kuthina. So ke siyacela la kakhulu minister wethu njengoba lapho ubona lo mngaka sisonke amisho sisonke sisenkingeni yamanzi usokhulu ukhala ngokudla kutshalile idudu ikhala ngokudla kutshalile ngikhona la ngisuke esigodini sasenkulusi sikhona la isigodi sethu ngalesidila ke bonke sesishayile-ke nesigodi sethu wonke lamanzi asengenile aqilisa iy'mumba zethu manje masiphuma la siyoyidonsa siyinyulela ngaphandle seyigawuliwe ziyalimala ziyabonga. Kodwa-ke into esithokozisa kakhulu sithe masifika la nozakwethu sathola ukuthi kukhona sabe semlonyeni sasesithi hayi siyojika khona. Sibonile-ke lapha ya ukuthi u-on and off lo khulunywa ngayo kwenzakalile. Siyabonga kakhulu lokho. Ngizofuna umphakathi wethu sonke thina sigodloku sikhumbule ukuthi laphaya asinawo umlomo owodwa, sinemlomo emibili. Omunye ulaphaya inkolozi la ingenela khona kuthiwa kusemaphelane khona bese kuba-ke lo njengamanje ovulekile ilo donsa amanzi la abheka ngala njengoba sisho ukuthi kungena inkolozi kungena umsunduzi kungena ulwandle ebese-ke ulwandle lubuye luzoqhumisa ngalana lubheke ngala kuthina luphinde ludonse kuthina. Kuyasithokozisa lokho ukuthi ungale kithi even ngisho iy'nkomo zethu zidlela emakhaya ney'mbonga zingaphandle zidlela emakhaya nazo asisenayo indawo. Kodwa-ke siyakholwa ukuthi imvelo lokho ekwenzile azodonsela amanzi. Sibonge-ke futhi babukhosini ukuthi siyakhumbula ukuthi sigijimile nawe ngonyaka uphelile sagijima usilwele ukuthi makuvulele sikwenzile lokho sigijimela sabona ngampela sivulele saze sasobuka sabona ukuthi ukhona. Kodwa-ke usishayile sibuya sinoza kwethu nondaba ezitha usitshengisa ukuthi ukhona lamadoda athize athanda ukuphazamisa emsebenzini wami la kuthiwa yini shano kuzana osavele. Yes, so isishayile-ke leyo nto ukuthi kube khona abantu esithi sifuna ukuphila kodwa kube khona abantu abathi sizofaka ukhiye la sifake ukhiye la kuze singakwazi ukuphila. Sifuna-ke minister siqonde lokhu ukuthi abantu siyabonga ukuthi uthena ubaba ukhosini ekuthinta phezulu kanti uvele uqhubeka wenza uza usondele kubaba. Sidinga manje sisasho ukuthi asisayithandi into ekhulunywa ngomlomo idlule kanjani. Sesifuna into ekhulunywa yakho yenzeke njengamanje sonke la sikhala ngokuthi umlomo awuvumi. Siyaqonda ekuqaleni sesifuna-ke kulungiswa ngalo kwesibili ubaba ukhosini ukuze nemishini afike eli-clean. Ngiyathokoza.
Ucela ungayishaya ngoda nduna inkosi. Okay, this is Nduna Uwantelo from Traditional Council. He's saying Minister is going with his colleague who's sitting right behind him. He wasn't going to say much, he said, because those who spoke before him have spoken a lot of his points. But what he wants to say is that long time ago, the system used to have two mouths. The other one was just north of Mapelan June, and the other one is here. And he's saying the common problem that seemed to be over the Sukulus and the Mpunyoni community is water. And he's saying in his area where he comes from, there are sugarcane farmers as well. But because of these rains, they have had to prematurely cut out their sugarcane, and the crops are getting rotten because of water. They're saying the hippos are all over. He understands that that's natural, and when he arrived here, he was taken to the mouth. He appreciated the fact that the water will at some point come down up in that area, but also submitting that the issue of the water in the Sokulu and the Umfolozi floodplain area be looked at with a very close eye. And he understands that there are people who are called scientists who want to make the operations of Ismail so difficult by enkosini akithi bingelele uminister nethimba lakhe lonke. Ukhumalo-ke Isibongo washo njalo baba. Ngineplazi lapho ngaphesheya. Khona bakwethu sesikhulume kwaze kweqa. Kodwa ubengekho isidingo sakho minister. Okukhulu okufuneka ukusho kithi la ukuthi uvulanile lapho. Manje ngiyabuka nje bakwethu nositshela ukuthi kusazothinta amanye ama-department. La bantu balala embhedeni owodwa. Uhulumeni lo usimangalisa uhulumeni bonke le nishinisha abayibhalela ifoko leyo ema-department into eyodwa. La bantu basebenzisa manje lezi zinto zabo lezi ngabe bahlanganisile manje bayasho ukuthi bavulanile. Mina ngeplaza ngaphesheya 88 hectares. Sekwashuthwa waze kuba kathathu. Ufika abahulumeni bezoshuta abaphinde bebuye phinde kwenze okunye bephinde namhlanje icule lonke 88 hectares. Manje msando kulenza ithembisi engafezeli. Mawubuka nje la uyedwa umhlobo. Abantu abasenzela phansi izingane zethu eyifundiswe yithi eyifundiswe yithi mase zilapha phezulu seyigadwa azinendaba nathi. Seyishayo yes mase ngoba ngabazona ziyagadwa zingasinalo ukuthi kwenzekalani. Ukhosini nje sikhuluma kaningi naye wayukhops esithembisa umuntu ongazi wathi yazi ngisekhuluma la iziyenzele lo mshamba kakhulu mfana. Uyashaya nje. Uyabo masimusali ukudlala ngathi. Mina nje zingishayile into iplazicule lonke. Manje manje umshayile lezi lezi yesayoni nidlala ngathi bakwethu sitshela into eyodwa iqondile kuphela ngiyabonga.
I am Mr. Kumalo. I own a farm, 88-hectare farm on the other side of the river. Minister, I hear what you're saying and all this, but all I want to hear, because you keep on saying you're going to talk to this department and that department, and he's turning to the crowd and saying, in fact, this is the same, these people sleep in the same bed. Water affairs, environmental affairs, agriculture, it's one and the same thing. He's making an example that in his farm, he has had 3 visits from government to take photographs. I don't know whether it was after the disaster or something, but nothing has happened. And he's saying he has met with a lot of officials. He's met with Mr. Kukosini at UCOS, who promised them something, and one of the farmers said, he's too bright, this thing is not going to happen. He's just playing them. But he doesn't want to hear stories, he just wants to hear when are we going to deal with the floods, in which way and when. Oh, okay. That's fine.
njengohulumeni njengoba esho bakukhumana inhloso yethu enkulu ukuthi njengoba ungqongqoshe efikile la ukuthi kuzobhekana nalesimo esibhekane naso sonke. Angicabangi ukuthi khona uhulumeni ongahlala ejabulela ukubona abantu behlukumezeka noma behlupheka. Kodwa into ebalulekile ukuthi uma ngabe uhulumeni usufikile njengoba nongqongqoshe khona ukuthi sibuke indlela yokuthi singasebenzisana kanjani, ngoba uma ulalela yonke into esikhuluma la ithi isixazululo salenkinga akusona lesi sizoqhamuka nongqongqoshe kuphela. Isisombululo esizoqhamuka naso ngoba thina sibambisene. So number 1 lo engifuna ukuthi ngicacise. Number 2, ufuna sivumelane ukuthi lesimo esibhekane naso akusona isimo esilula. Ngicabanga ukuthi sonke siyavumelana, siyayikhuluma futhi lento. Idinga ubuchopho obuningi obuhlukahlukene obuqhamuka endaweni ezithile ezahlukahlukene. Nabo kuzofuneka sibambisane nabo uqinisekise ukuthi lento iba impumelelo. So siyafuna futhi ukwenza i-commitment ukuthi siyayiqonda kamhlophe into abantu bakithi ababhekane nayo. Siyayiqonda kamhlophe into yomlando wezokunga kwezemvelo nabantu abakhele iqhinga. Kodwa senza ngakho konke okusemandleni ukuthi silungise lesimo ukuze sikwazi ukufika la kufanele sifike khona. Uma nikhumbula uMinister ukhulumile la ngendaba yokuthi kuzoba ne-implementation plan noma into ethi sizoyilungisa kanjani ukuze iqale iye phambili. Kule bhayisikobho ebengiyiveze la uma ungabukisisa kahle ithi April 2022. Ukhona April 2023 ukhuluma ngezinye izinto but ukhona April 2022. Amanye amazwi ngizama ukusho ukuthi akuyona i-implementation plan le ngize ngathi ngikhuluma ngesingisi it's a time bound action plan. Ukhona izinto okuzofanele sizenze, ukhona ezinye esivele sesizenzayo. Njengoba sikhuluma nje ngithe uma ngipresenta la ngathi enye inkinga esibhekane nayo ukuthi lolu qenqema olulapha naphakathi komfula nolwandle selumile nanotshani luphakeme kakhulu, lumile utshani obenza ukuthi buqine kakhulu. Amanzi noma ngabe anamandla kangakanani kuba inkinga ukuthi angabhodloze because sekuqine njengosemende ngolubuka. And siyayazi lokho. Now ukuxazulula leyo nkinga leyo uzobiza ukuthi sikhiphe lezi zinto eziqinisa lolu qenqema ukuze luthi ukuthamba. And umsebenzi othinta lolu ndaba ungqongqoshe usevele usinikezile isimangaliso imali ukuthi asiwenze. Thina njengesimangaliso sesivele sesiqalile. So akukhona ukuthi sikhuluma into eyi-pipe dream la, sikhuluma into esiyenzekwenza. Ngifuna ukusho futhi ukuthi uma ulalela i-report evezwa kumama uNgcobo, ithi i-report evezwa kumama uNgcobo leya system uzofanele ukuthi isikhathi nesikhathi siyilekelele ukuthi ivume. Kodwa uma siyilekelele noMinister uyichazile lento uzofanele siqinisekise ukuthi sinabo bonke ubuchule, iscience, sibuka izinto ezi-social, sibuka izinto eziyibhizinisi nani okuyizona esizosebenzisa uma siyovula lo mlomo. Ngoba uma singakwenzanga lokho singayikhohlwa lento ukuthi kunabantu njengoba namhlanje sila namhlanje ngoba sakwenza sasivumelane ngakho nani nonke. Ngoba khona abantu because of i-democracy ukubekufanele sime sibalalele ukuthi bathini. Yingakho uMinister eqoke ipanel. So uma sizophinde senze lenye indlela ephikisana nale ungqongqoshe ayisho nepanel, sizophinde futhi sithole isandla esithi imani manje seniphambukile. Uma senze njalo isikhathi sethu siyaqhubeka siyamosela. Into engicabanga ukuthi mina kufanele sichithe kuyo isikhathi yilena ethi kule plan esinayo ngishilo ukuthi asifuni ukuthi sikube iplan yethu njengesimangaliso, i-draft plan. Sizobuya babula maduzana, hayi uyazi siyagijima masigijima. Sizobuya maduzana uma siphuma nje la next week siyaqala ukubiza imihlangano yokubuka le plan nama-stakeholders wonke. Uqinisekise ukuthi siyaqhubeka siyaphambili ngoba asinaso isidingo sokulinda kuze kube inyanga ezayo. Sizobuya thina kusukela next month sisho ukuthi nansi le plan esiyiprepare thina i-draft nithini nina. Mawulalela ubaba uNdoni Manteni uthi kunemlomo ewuthuba. Uma ubuka iplan yethu already usuyaqala ukubona sekukhona into thina okungenza ukuthi asibhekanga suyezwa manje sisuka nje. Now asikwazi ukuthatha le plan sivele siyoyi-implementa bese siyabuya futhi sizohlala la sithi iyabheda leya plan enaniyenzile. Into okufanele siyenze ukuthi sibambisane, asivumelane ukuthi inkinga yethu sonke le. Inkinga yethu sonke akuyona inkinga yeSimangaliso kuphela, akuyona inkinga kaMinister, inkinga yethu sonke, and i-interest yethu, i-objective yethu akukhona ukuthi sizohlala la sizokhombisana ukuthi ubani unjani ubani unjani. Into yethu esifuna ukuyisombulula la ukuthi omama nobaba nobafowethu abalimayo nabaphilayo lapha emasimini ixazululeka kanjani inkinga ababhekene nayo. Nathi ke silwa nayo. Akukhona ukuthi sizokhombisana ukuthi ubani onephutha kangakanani ngoba uzolisho lephutha nani ungixeke nami ngikuxeke kodwa kuyayisolva le nkinga esibhekane nayo. Ungcono sivele simose amandla ethu amaningi sibhekane nenkinga lo and nathi inkinga esibhekane nayo. So that is what I want to say. I'm saying here, I don't believe that there is any government who will come before the people, speak to people solely for the purposes of lying. I don't believe that. The minister is here. The minister has talked to the issue of the report from the panel, from the scientists from the panel, and she has eloquently addressed issues that will worry all of us. So what we need to do is to spend more time concentrating on what we should be concentrating on, which is to implement the recommendations of the panel, because we all agree that these recommendations are the submissions that we also made to the panel. So we have factored these recommendations into the plan, but we have said, because we've been working together with you since then, we are still going to work with you going forward. It would be remiss of us to forget that. So we are still going to require your inputs into what we have put in as a draft plan. And I've made a commitment, Minister, that as of next week, because tomorrow is a Friday, we will start sending communique to say to all the structures that we work with, to say when are we meeting to look into the plan. Because already as we are gathered here, there are suggestions straight away, which are suggesting that we need to amend or to make inputs to make our plan much more better. Because at the end of the day, it mustn't be the plan of Isimangalusa, it must be our plan, because this is our issue, this is our problem. The common objective here is to try and come up with a solution in response to the challenges that we have. The backflooding, the estuary that is no longer functioning as an estuary, and many other challenges that are coming as a result of this system, which has been interfered with for quite some time. So we must all spend more time and energy collaborating on what and how we should work on this. And I'm saying, as the CEO of an entity, we will be calling you or sending you a communique to say, let's sit around the table and discuss. Unfortunately, we will have to work together, and we will have to make sure that we implement this plan. Because if we do not implement this plan, we are again, Minister, going to be sitting here, because there are people who are going to raise their hand and say, Minister, your entity has done something contrary to what has been recommended by the panel once again, and we must stop again and listen to them and investigate. I don't think we want that. As we're sitting here now, we've got the panel's report, and this report is what we submitted to the scientists. We suggested something, and we agree here. It's a reflection of what we said, and I was hearing that. Now, if that is the case, then let's give this report, the recommendations, the entity, government, and yourselves working with us an opportunity to implement it. And I've said to you that we are already implementing it, some of it. The dune maintenance, for instance, is an issue that we're dealing with. But of course, the minister can't come here and say the Department of Water and Sanitation have now, they have met or they've agreed to X, Y, Z. She still needs to go and engage the minister. Remember, she's a minister of DFFE, and the Minister Mkhulu is the Minister of Department of Water and Sanitation. But they still need to meet and discuss these issues. But she has clearly indicated to all of us that there is a very good working relationship amongst them as ministers. So definitely there is that light of hope that indeed what we talked about has, if I'm not even has a possibility, is going to be looked into more closer and more seriously. So once again, Minister and all the stakeholders, I just want to reconfirm that as an entity, we are taking this report seriously, we're taking your instructions very seriously, and we will continue because nothing has changed, especially between ourselves and the stakeholders. We will continue to work together in making sure that we respond to the issues that are of serious concern to all the people who are with us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bukasini. And let me thank everybody who has come here today to express their views on this very important report. When I received this report, and after I had discussed with the board and also with the management of Isimangalusa the recommendations, there was one question I had to answer before we could begin work. And that question is, what do you think about the report?
Nesimangaliso ngamayelana le report aphambi kokuba bekhona noma yini esiyenzayo kube khona umbuzo ebengiyibuza wona namanje ngisayibuza wona ukuthi ingabe nina nicabangani ngale report.
Because one of the things the report says to me is that the history of the relationship between the organizations in Isimangalusa and the management has not always been a happy history. So there is this saying, nothing about us without us. So this report is about you and the future of your relationship with this estuary and with this management authority. So I understand that you are hungry for implementation. But I had to hear for myself whether you accept it or you reject it. Because I don't want to sit on Monday in my office in Tswane and I'm reading in the newspaper, the farmers say this, the ratepayers say that, these other people say this. I wanted to hear, what do you say?
I am a
and you want them implemented swiftly.
Uthi ngizwile ukuthi nithi niyayimukela lezi iy'nqumo ezibekwe i-committee ngepaneli yochwepheshe futhi nifuna sengathi ningaqalwa zisetshenzwe njengoba inconyiwe ngokuseshesha futhi zenziwe ngendlela eyiyonayona.
So now I have a mandate to go and talk to water and sanitation and agriculture, land and rural development. I have a mandate from you.
Uthi-ke njengamanje senginayo imandate kumbe nginalo igunya elisuka kini ukuba ngiyokhuluma nale mnyango o-water affairs o-agriculture o-land affairs ngibe nalo igunya ngilithola kini.
And we have heard the effect of the back flooding, and we have heard the request that this matter must be solved with urgency. And I have explained to you that I cannot go and clean those channels because by law I'm not allowed to.
Uthi-ke sizwile ukuthi kugcwala amanzi emasimini, sizwile futhi ukuthi nifuna siqale senze okufanele sikwenze ukuklina imfula njengoba sifuna ukuklina imfula nje ukuvula lokho. Kodwa-ke niyazi futhi ukuthi mina njengami nje ngeke ngikwazi ukusuka ngiyokwenza kumbe ngiyovula umfula laphana ngoba ngokomthetho ngikulo mnyaka enguwo akunalo ilungelo lokuba ngikwenze lokho.
But what I can say to you today is that between myself, Mr. Bokosini, and DDG Mokolwa, as a matter of urgency, you have to look into the regulatory requirements for this cleaning and to see whether there is an emergency way in which the regulatory environment can facilitate the work. But you also have to bring water and sanitation to the table.
Uthi-ke kungakusho kuphela njengamanje ukuthi umnumzane uBukhosini nosisi uMakoba uyena usekela likamqondisi jikelele osegatsheni le-biodiversity and conservation kwi-department ubanikeza umsebenzi njengamanje ukuthi ababuke ukuthi yini efunekala ngokomthetho ofuna yenziwe kuqala ukuze kwenziwe lokhu esithi sifuna ukwenza. Okwesibili futhi ukuthi yini esingayenza yikhona indlela ephuthumayo esingenza ngayo lokhu kusheshe ehambisana nomthetho.
I think what we have also heard very forcefully today is that everybody here wants us to find a new pathway that balances the needs of communities on the one hand and the needs of the environment on the other.
Uthi-ke okunye angizwile lapho ukuthi sonke njengoba silapha sifuna ukuthola inkundla entsha ezoqinisekisa ukuthi izidingo zemvelo ziyanakekelwa ngesikhathi esifanayo lapho izidingo zomphakathi nazo zinakekelwa konke kunakekelwe ngendlela elinganayo.
One of you made an important point. You said you work with people, some of whom understand and some of whom are just patient.
Uthi omunye wenu ngiyakhumbula ukuthi bekuba kugumente wenza iphuzu elibaluleke kakhulu ukuthi usebenza nabantu abanye bayaqonda abanye bayabekezela nje ngokuthi bethemba wena osubahona.
So I want those of you who are interested in understanding, please to read this report.
Uthi ngiyacela ngiyafuna futhi abanye benu laba abafisa ukuyiqondisisa kahle lento bayifunde lo mbiko.
Because one of the things this report explains very clearly, there are two important things that this report says. The one thing that it says is that the estuary system is a dynamic system. What that means is that the mouth will not be open always.
Uthi-ke enye into eshiwo yilosomkhulu ey'ntweni ey'mbili ngokuthi zimbili into eshiwo lo mbiko. Okokuqala ukuthi isizalo lesi indlela yaso ihlukahlukile okusho ukuthi ayibe sesimeni esisodwa isikhathi eside. Kusho ukuthini lokho na? Kusho ukuthi ngeke ihlale ivulekile futhi ngeke ihlale ivalekile. Izovaleka ivule, ivaleke ivule futhi.
But what the report is saying, and this is the second important thing that the report is saying, is that we have to look at the overall management of the system, because the back flooding is not fixed by the mouth being open, because it's not caused by the mouth being open or closed. It's caused by the way in which the whole system is being managed.
uthi okwesibili okubalulekile okushoyo lo mbiko ukuthi indaba yokuthi iy'tshalo zethu zibe ngaphansi kwamanzi ayibangwa kuphela ukuthi umlomo uvalekile okuyukuthi i-system le isizalo kanye nayo yonke imifula engelela echwebeni ifuna ukuphathwa ngendlela yokuthi ibheke ukuthi kungabi nokuthi amanzi ame emasimini uma ngabe kune imvula ngakho iyona nto yesibili leyo kufanele siyibuke eshiwe lo mbiko.
Now what that means, colleagues, is that we are going to have to find a permanent solution to the flooding, not a solution that only looks at the issue of the estuary mouth.
Uthi-ke kulokho kusho ukuthi-ke bafowethu sizothola ifanele sithole isixazululo esizoba isikhathi eside hhayi isixazululo esibuka nje emlonyeni kuphela.
And so I'm asking those of you who have understanding to also have patience so that we can deal with this problem properly once and for all.
Uthi-ke ngizonxusa ukuthi laba abanokuqonda babuye babekezele futhi ukuze sizokwazi ukuxazulula le nkinga kanye singalokhu siphinde sibuyela kuyona.
So we are going to look at how we speed up the short-term measures.
Uthi-ke sizobuka ekuthenini singayishishisa kanjani lezi zinto esithi ziyixazululo zesikhathi esifushane.
But we also want to work with you on the longer-term measures as well.
Uthi-ke futhi siyafuna ukusebenza nani kulezi zixazululo ezithi ezesikhathi eside.
What we agreed yesterday when we met with the board is that the board is going to be supervising the management to move the implementation along.
Uthi-ke imfumo ukuthi ibhodi lizolekelela ngokulekelela i-management ngabaphathi ukuthenini bakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi lo we-action plan le ngokushesha.
We've also asked the panel, some of the members of the panel, to remain with us for another 6 months to help us with the implementation of the recommendations.
Uthi-ke siyesacela amanye amalunga epanel lochwepheshe ukuthi lisale ngemuva kanye nathi iy'nyanga eziyisithupha lisilekelela lisicathulisa ekuthenini senze kumbe siqinisekise ukuthi le plan ekade ibekwa kwabukhosini la iyenzeka ngendlela eyiyonayona.
Let me conclude where we began.
Uthi ngiphethe ngalokho esiqale ngakho.
We want to work with you on the implementation.
Sifuna ukusebenza nani ekwenzeni lo msebenzi.
We will be consistent in that relationship.
Uthi-ke solokhu senza ngendlela eyodwa kulobo budlelwano.
And we're asking that you will be consistent in that relationship with us.
Siyacela-ke futhi ukuthi nani nibe nendlela eyodwa nenza ngayo kulobo budlelwano nathi.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being our partners.
Siyabonga ukuthi nize, siyabonga ukuthi nilalele, siyabonga ukuthi nibambisane nathi.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's how we come to the end of the session today. Minister, the chair of the board, the deputy chair, the CE, Madam Noble, HOD and deputy and acting CE, honorable member, and yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, lunch should be ready. I know it's been a long day, so I'm sure it will not harm to take a few minutes to grab something to eat. There are copies of the report in the memory stick for those who might prefer to get memory sticks instead of the hard copy. Miriam here has got copies of those. There's only a few, it's not for everyone, so if you go there early enough, you might get yourself a is also available on the website www.gwfe.gov.za, as well as with Isimangalusa as well.